Chapter 1893. Jianchen returned to the Tianyuan family and immediately entered a secret room. With a wave of his hand, a crystal coffin flew out of the bright moon divine hall. A fist-sized, seven-colored heaven-devouring beast lay on the crystal coffin silently. However, unlike before, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast did not cultivate today. Instead, it stared at Kaya's face with its beady eyes. Its intelligent eyes were filled with some doubt and eagerness at the same time. In reality, it had been like this for a very long time already. It had remained like this since the moment Jianchen fought the divine king of the Een Mountains of Seven's despair. Jianchen obviously did not take the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast's abnormality to heart. He arrived before the crystal coffin and slowly opened the lid. Afterwards, he activated the formations around the secret room. Only after doing that did he take out the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower and Void Cloud Flower he had obtained from the Een Mountains of Seven's despair. In an instant, a dense fragrance permeated the air. Just by inhaling it, one would feel relaxed and refreshed, and all the meridians in one's body would be unobstructed. The fragrance had been tightly sealed within the tiny room by the formations, so it did not disperse. Otherwise, just the fragrance alone would have filled the entire provincial city in an extremely short amount of time. After all, one of the flowers was a void cloud flower that had even reached the god tier. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast's eyes immediately lit up. It finally shifted its intelligent gaze away from Kaya and stared at the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower and Void Cloud Flower in Jianchen's hands. It became excited as it flapped its wings and circled around Jianchen happily. It was as if it was certain that Jianchen could awaken Kaya this time. Jianchen held the two heavenly resources that could heal the soul. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to use the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower in the end. If the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower could awaken Kaya, it would be able to resolve the issue of a god-tier heavenly resource. Very soon, Jianchen fed the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower into Kaya's mouth. In an instant, it turned into surging energy that gathered towards Kaya's soul. Jianchen stared at Kaya without blinking. His face was filled with deep concern, as well as eagerness. Time passed silently. Very soon, 4 hours had passed since Kaya had consumed the Vajra Spirit Platform Flower, but he still had not awakened. It looks like I can't save the Void Cloud Flower, thought Jianchen. Without any hesitation, he fed the Void Cloud Flower into Kaya's mouth. However, he could not help but mutter inside, "You're clearly just a holy emperor, yet you need so many heavenly resources that can heal the soul. This is the first time I've seen something as strange as this." However, the Void Cloud Flower is already the highest grade heavenly resource I can obtain. If it still can't awaken you, there's really nothing else I can do. Kaya, you have to wake up. Jianchen was filled with hope. Both he and the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast focused all their attention on Kaya. However, at this moment Jianchen's face changed. The jade talisman with a sliver of the power of his soul that he had left in the Tianyuan family before had been crushed. Jianchen's face changed slightly. The fact that the jade talisman had been crushed meant that the Tianyuan family was in great danger. The danger was so great that it could even threaten the survival of the Tianyuan family. Jianchen immediately turned around and left. He appeared in the clan and headed for the discussion hall. All the elders had already gathered in the discussion hall of the Tianyuan family. They all sat on their chairs with heavy faces, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become rather oppressive. What has happened? Jianchen sat on the Patriarch's throne sternly. Patriarch, the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons was destroyed 2 days ago. 2 of their 3 divine king realm experts were slain by the commander of the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion. Only the divine king managed to flee with injuries. But we just received another piece of news. The 7th and 8th armies of the heavenly demon religion have been mobilized at the same time. They are currently converging with the 9th army. The three armies are currently heading straight for our divine kingdom of Pingtian. Mo Ling stood up and said sternly. Jianshan sat on the patriarch's throne as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He said sternly, "The fact that the three armies of the heavenly demon religion have been mobilized at the same time probably isn't that simple. It probably has nothing to do with the three overgods from the heavenly demon religion that I killed a few days ago. 3 overgods are not enough for the heavenly demon religion to mobilize 3 armies." Report. At this moment, a guard rushed in hurriedly. He knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Patriarch, special envoys from the royal capital have arrived. They are currently waiting at the entrance." "Let them in," said Jianshan. "Yes, sir." Very soon, several heavenly gods with serious expressions hurried in from outside. Even though they were special envoys from the royal capital who were in charge of delivering the divine king's orders and possessed great statuses, they all dismissed their arrogance after joining the Tianyuan family. The envoys bowed politely towards Jianshan before one of them said extremely politely, "Esteemed patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, we have come under the orders of His Majesty to invite the patriarch to the royal capital to discuss some matters." "I understand. Go back and report to His Majesty that I will hurry over as soon as possible," Jianshan said to the envoys. Just as Jianshan, Zhengyu, and the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family were discussing matters in the discussion hall, Keia's eyelashes began to tremble once again as he lay in the crystal coffin in the room enveloped by formations. The trembling was not like last time, where it had only lasted for a single moment. Instead, it constantly trembled, and it became more and more intense. It was as if his eyes were struggling to open. Naturally, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast, who had been paying attention to Keia the entire time, noticed this. It immediately cried out happily as it circled around the crystal coffin. It was extremely excited. Finally, Keia's eyes opened slowly. What kind of eyes were those? If Jianshan saw Keia's eyes, he would definitely doubt whether the person before him was Keia or not. This was because those were a pair of icy cold and emotionless eyes. They were so cold that it was terrifying. It was as if she did not possess any emotions at all. As a matter of fact, there was even a sense of disregard for life within those eyes. It was as if she was an invincible ruler of the 8 wastelands, looking down on the world as if they were ants. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast stopped flying. It continued to flap its wings, but it had been frozen in the air by an invisible force. It was unable to move at all. At the same time, the origin energy in the secret chamber and the spatial fluctuations also froze. At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill in the secret room where Keiya resided. Everything seemed to have stopped growing. The scene inside seemed to have become a picture that would never change. At the same time, in the space beyond the boundless cloud plane, in a space that far exceeded what godhood experts could sense, a terrifying strand of laws silently condensed. The laws were so powerful that they seemed to be able to replace the heavenly ways. They represented the will of the heavenly ways. As a matter of fact, their appearance was a great disturbance to the 3,000 ways of the world. Chapter 1894. What terrifying power of laws! It has basically reached the limit. Even the other 3,000 laws have been affected and suppressed. Who is this person? How can such a sovereign appear on the cloud plane? This is the laws of the heavenly ways. Basically all creators who have reached such a high level in the domain of laws have fused with the ways, becoming the laws of the heavenly ways. Has someone reached that level again? This person is so powerful. I can only sense the power of laws in outer space, but I can't sense where this person is at all. Among all the super forces in the 5 regions of the cloud region, those ancient existences who had lived for an unknown number of years cried out one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and huge waves rose in their hearts. They could not calm down at all. They also yearned to reach such a level of cultivation. At the same time, Many extremely powerful senses of the soul spread out from different locations across the 5 regions of the cloud plane. Every single one of them could envelop the entire cloud plane. The range they covered was so great that it was shocking. However, even though these ancient existences who had lived for a long time had turned the entire cloud plane upside down, they still could not find this sovereign. Apart from the terrifying power of laws that was brewing in outer space, they could not even capture the slightest trace of this sovereign's aura. The terrifying senses of the souls of these ancient existences were extremely well hidden. As a result, only a few peak experts on the cloud plane could sense them. Even infinite primes were unable to sense them at all. Kea slowly rose into the air from the secret room of the Tianyuan family in the Dong, an province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Fragments of time seemed to flicker and change in her cold, emotionless eyes. In that short moment, she understood her past and present life. At this moment, she suddenly turned around. With this glance, talisman markings of the Grand Tao flickered in her eyes. At this moment, she'd become one with the Grand Tao, and it was as if she'd transformed into a part of the Heaven Tao. She could see through the ages and see through the past and the future with a single glance. She saw everything that had happened while she was unconscious. She saw Jianchen place her in a crystal coffin as they traveled from the Tianyuan continent to the Saint's world. She saw how Jianchen had placed her in the Bright Moon Divine Hall and fought against people in the Saint's world all by himself. He had also seen how Jianchen had entered the depths of the Een Mountains of Seven's despair in order to obtain the Void Cloud Flower and awaken him. He had almost lost his life there. Kea's gaze once again returned to its cold and emotionless state. Her expression was cold and emotionless. She looked through the secret chamber and directly looked at Jianchen, who was presiding over the meeting in the Tianyuan family's meeting hall. Since you've helped me, I should have given you a great fortune. Unfortunately, you're from the Immortals world, and you even have the Azulate swords. Kea murmured. At this moment, her voice had changed. It was no longer the same voice as before. It was extremely strange, as if her voice contained all the rhythms in the world. If you believed it to be a man's voice, it would be a man's voice. If you believed it to be a woman's voice, it would be a woman's voice. As a matter of fact, if you believed it to be the chirping of birds, it would be the chirping of birds, beasts, and insects. This was because all the rhythms in the world were contained in her short sentence. Whatever. Since you've formed a relationship with my reincarnated body, I'll leave the reincarnated body behind. I'll use this reincarnated body to end my relationship with you. From today onwards, I will no longer have anything to do with this reincarnated body. Kea murmured to herself. With that, an extremely powerful ball of light drifted out from between her eyebrows, forming a hazy, illusionary figure. The figure was enveloped by the light of ways, so it was impossible to see clearly. It was even impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The ball of light slowly extended her hand and pointed at Kea's forehead. After injecting a ball of power of the soul that was insignificant to her, she also removed a portion of her memories, leaving behind only the memories of the reincarnated body. Afterwards, she looked at the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast and said, "Kair, I never thought that you would actually be able to escape that disaster. However, you've reincarnated through thousands of lifetimes as a damaged soul. You'll need to find your lost memories yourself." The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast was trapped there. Its intelligent eyes were wide open as it stared at the ball of light before it in both fear and confusion. The strength of this ball of primordial spirit light was so strong that it made it feel fear. However, the words that followed caused it to be unable to make head or tail of it, unable to understand what was going on. However, it could vaguely sense an extremely intimate presence from the ball of light. It originated from the depths of its soul, filling it with a sense of security. At the same time, it felt like it had found a home. This feeling was exactly the same as what it had felt from Kea. It was exactly because of this that it had voluntarily followed Kea, who was even weaker than it, back in the divine realm of the sea region. In the end, the ball of light extended its hand and gently rubbed the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast's forehead, sealing up the small portion of its memories. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast closed its eyes and immediately fainted. It was gently placed on the ground by a gentle force. Kaya's body also closed its eyes at that moment, lying quietly in the crystal coffin again. As for the ball of light, it suddenly vanished at that moment. It had already left silently. The formation outside the secret room was completely useless. Jianchen concluded the meeting in the discussion hall of the Tianyuan family. He announced that the entire clan would enter a state of high alert from this moment onwards. The teleportation formation he had cast down in the clan was ready to be used at any time as well. Once the divine kingdom of Pingtian fell, all the people of the Tianyuan family would evacuate through the teleportation formation. Jianchen immediately hurried to the secret room after leaving the discussion hall. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing beast, who had fallen asleep on the ground in the secret room, also opened its eyes at this moment. Its intelligent eyes were a little lost as it looked around. However, it seemed to have recalled something. It suddenly flew up from the ground and arrived in front of the crystal coffin. Right now, it could no longer remember what had just happened. It was as if that memory had already disappeared from its mind. Jianchen also entered the secret room from outside. He looked at Kaya, who was still lying in the crystal coffin, and frowned. He murmured, "Why hasn't she woken up yet? Is a void cloud flower not enough to cure Kaya? That's a god-tier heavenly resource." Jianchen arrived before the crystal coffin and stared at Kaya, who lay peacefully inside. He was troubled. He had no idea what to do. What's a void cloud flower? However, at this moment, Kaya suddenly said something subconsciously. Afterwards, she finally opened her eyes slowly. Jianchen was stunned by the sudden voice. Only when he saw Kaya open her eyes did he become overjoyed. "Kaya, you've finally woken up. Do you know how long you've been unconscious for?" Jianchen happily asked. The void cloud flower really did not disappoint him. How did I fall unconscious? Kaya's gaze was rather lost, but gradually, she began to remember what had happened in the past. She remembered how she had been taken away by an Origin Realm expert during the battle between the world of Forsaken Saints and the Tianyuan continent. "Jianchen, did you save me? How long have I been unconscious? Where am I?" Kaya looked around in confusion. Chapter 1895. You've already been unconscious for 100 years, and many things have happened during that time. We're no longer on the Tianyuan continent. Instead, we've come to a higher world. This world is called the Saints' World, Jianchen said, telling Kaya everything that had happened after she had fallen unconscious. He told Kaya everything, including the peace between the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints, the appearance of the evil spirit, and so on. He even told Kaya about the Tianyuan family he had founded in the Saints' World. Not only was Kaya from his homeland, but she also came from the same world. Jianchen had even treated her as a good friend, so he obviously did not hide anything from Kaya. Kaya sank into her thoughts after learning that so many things had happened while she was unconscious. To her, the past 100 years had been like a dream. She had sensed nothing at all. Now that she had woken up, the world had changed. She clearly needed time to digest and accept everything. "I never thought that I would have come to another world when I woke up," Kaya murmured softly. She was rather dejected and sorrowful. She could not help but think about her life in the sea realm of the Tianyuan continent. She thought about her destroyed family and her dead father. She knew that it would probably be very difficult for her to return to the Saints' World now that she had come to it. Even if she could return, who knew how long it would take? Sensing Kaya's sorrow, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast flapped its wings and landed on Kaya's shoulder. It used its little head to gently rub Kaya's face, comforting Kaya in its own way. "Jianchen, thank you for saving me. I want to be alone for a while. Kea said to Jianchen. Her voice was very gentle, and it contained a hint of sorrow. Jianchen nodded and left the room without disturbing Kea. At the same time, a white-robed, white-haired old man sat in one of the most luxurious inns in the royal capital of the Heavenly Moon Empire. He studied a palm-sized, azure disc. Jianchen is becoming more and more powerful. His rate of improvement is so fast that few people in the entire Saints world can match him. At this rate, Jianchen will probably reach the level of the Divine King even faster than the old man. Although the Heavenly Moon Empire isn't small, it's just too close to the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. It looks like the old man needs to go even further, or even leave the cloud plane, the old man murmured to himself as he sat on the bed. He was slightly worried. The old man was Master Qianlong. With Master Qianlong's abilities, there was no need for him to fear Jianchen so much even if Jianchen was more powerful than him. At most, he could find an organization to join and use that organization to eliminate Jianchen. That was nothing difficult for him. However, in the past few years, the trapped soul would constantly talk about how it had seen the future. It seemed like it had seen the scene of him dying at Jianchen's hands. If anyone else had said that, Master Qianlong would have never believed them. He would have just sniffed at them. However, in the past few years, he gradually discovered that the soul really did seem to possess the ability to predict the future. Everything it said in the past few years would come true, which gradually shook Master Qianlong's resolve. It made Master Qianlong believe that he really was doomed. Even if he joined an organization, he would not be able to avoid death at Jianchen's hands. As a result, Master Qianlong only hoped to get as far away from Jianchen as possible so that he could avoid the future disaster. All of this was because every word that the trapped soul said had an extremely great impact on him. But the heavenly demon religion is about to deal with the divine kingdom of Pingtian now. I really hope Jianchen can die at the hands of the heavenly demon religion, said Master Qianlong. Old man Qianlong, stop daydreaming. I can see that Jianchen is entangled with the heavenly demon religion in many ways. It's far more complicated than anyone can imagine. The heavenly demon religion is both a blessing and a curse to Jianchen. You're dreaming if you want Jianchen to die at the hands of the heavenly demon religion. I can clearly see a corner of your future. No matter what you do, you won't be able to avoid death in the end, said the trapped soul. His voice drifted out of the interspatial ring. He was still sealed in a formation flag. You can't do that, said the trapped primordial spirit. His voice drifted out of the interspatial ring. At this moment, the soul suddenly cried out in surprise. As if he had taken stimulants, he said loudly, "A change! A change! A change has appeared. Old man Qianlong, go to the Dong and province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. I can see a sliver of hope for you there. It's your only hope, so don't miss it." Shiyu currently stood in the garden of the Tianyuan family in the Dong and province. She stared at the sea of flowers in a daze. Her lonely and bleak figure gave off a faint sense of sorrow. She held a jade pendant that was only 3 fingers wide tightly in her hand. The jade pendant was made from an unknown material. It was extremely tough and extremely delicate. It was engraved with the image of a dragon and a phoenix, and the 2 words Shiyu were engraved in the center of the pendant. Shiyu always carried the jade pendant with her. She treated it as the most important thing in her life. In the past few years, she would often take the jade pendant to a quiet place where no one would disturb her. She would fall into a daze and not think about anything. She would just remain there quietly. She was not a part of the Mo clan. Instead, she had been picked up by the patriarch when she was young. Back then, she was only a newborn. Even now, Shiyu had no idea who her birth parents were or whether they were still alive. Only the jade pendant was extremely likely to have been left behind by her parent. Her name, Shiyu, also came from the words on the jade pendant. "Is there something on your mind?" Just as Shiyu was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice rang out in her head. Jianchen had arrived beside Shiyu at some point in time. He stared at the jade pendant in Shiyu's hand curiously. "Patriarch," Shiyu said politely. She was rather gloomy. "Can I see the jade pendant in your hand?" Jianchen asked. Shiyu hesitated slightly before passing the jade pendant to Jianchen. Jianchen held the jade pendant in his hand and studied it. He gradually became stern. Shiyu said gloomily, "My foster father said that I already had the jade pendant with me when he found me outside. Perhaps my birth parents left it behind for me. Patriarch, why do you think they would be so cruel as to abandon their daughter? This jade pendant is very extraordinary. Although I don't know what it's made of, I can tell with a single glance that it's precious." Jianchen returned the jade pendant to Shiyu and stared at her with some mixed feelings. He said, "Your parents must have had their reasons for abandoning you. Perhaps they were being hunted down by their enemies, so they had no choice." Jianchen sighed gently when he reached there. He said, "In the past, my background was the same as yours. I was an orphan, and I didn't know who my parents were. Even until the moment of my death, I still failed to find my birth parents." Jianchen could not help but think about his past life. In that life, he was all alone. He used a fragment of the Azulite sword law to forge a sword style that was unrivaled in the Jianghu. In just over 20 years of age, he became the greatest sword god in the Jianghu. Fortunately, the heavens did not abandon him. In his second life, which was his current life, he was given a home, allowing him to taste the warmth of a family. Shiyu stared at Jianchen blankly. She had never thought that Jianchen would actually have the same pitiful background as her. At that moment, she actually felt like they shared the same fate. Jianchen dismissed his thoughts and took out the origin gathering flower that the Divine King had given him from his space ring. He said, "This flower can gather the energy of the world. Shiyu, there will probably be a great battle soon. Take this flower and cultivate so that you can become an overgod as soon as possible. With your talent and the comprehension of the laws of the sword that I've engraved, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become an overgod." Shiyu's current cultivation had reached the late heavenly god realm. Chapter 1896. After leaving behind the origin gathering flower, Jianchen left and entered the forbidden grounds. Shiyu held the origin gathering flower in her hand. Even though she knew the value of the origin gathering flower and that even many Divine King experts did not possess one, her attention was not on the flower at all. She stared at Jianchen's back in a daze until Jianchen completely vanished from her sight. At this moment, the effects of the origin gathering flower were on full display. The dense origin energy that had gathered in the Tianyuan family seemed to be attracted by some mysterious power at that moment. It began to gather from all directions, gathering around the origin gathering flower in Shiyu's hand. As a result, the origin energy around the flower had already condensed into mist. It was extremely boundless. Basically all the people who had followed Jianchen up from the Tianyuan continent had gathered in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family to cultivate there. Jianchen had spent a lot of effort and resources to set up the forbidden grounds, so the origin energy there was the densest in the Tianyuan family. The entire forbidden grounds was shrouded by a layer of white mist. The white mist was naturally no ordinary mist. Instead, it was a manifestation of origin energy that had reached a certain level. Jianchen brewed himself a pot of tea in the forbidden grounds. He sat before a stone table by himself and tasted the tea carefully. He seemed extremely leisurely, but there was no relief on his face at all. He would frown at times and relax at other times. He would sink into his thoughts, and a sliver of worry would appear on his face from time to time. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Now that the Tianyuan family has gained a firm foothold in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, it really hasn't been easy for the clan to develop to this point. I hope we can survive the invasion of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion, Jianchen murmured to himself. The fact that the three armies of the Empyrean demon cult were marching towards the divine kingdom of Pingtian made him feel very pressured. This was because he was not alone. He had a powerful clan behind him, and he possessed a large population. It had not been easy for him to establish a foundation in the Dong-an province, so it would be best if he did not have to give up. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and the golden-robed newbies suddenly appeared in front of Jianchen. He didn't stand on ceremony with Jianchen and sat down in front of Jianchen. He casually poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Brother Jianchen, you've become a busy man now. I don't get to see you often in the family. In the past few decades I, the great newbies, have only seen you a few times." Jianchen smiled helplessly and said, "We are all people who have stepped into the divine realm. If we cultivate in seclusion, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. A few dozen years is nothing. In the future, not seeing each other for thousands or even tens of thousands of years is a common thing." That does seem to make some sense. Newbies nodded in agreement. He looked at Jianchen and continued, "However, you definitely haven't called me, the great newbies, over just to catch up. There must be something else." "That's right. I called you over today because there's something I want to give you," said Jianchen. He directly tossed a space ring to Newbies. Newbies did not mind too much. In his opinion, Jianchen would probably give him some divine crystal or heavenly resource. However, when he saw what was in the space ring, he immediately paled in fright. He was so shocked that he leapt up. His face was filled with shock. "Oh my God, why is it this? Jianchen, where did you get this?" Newbies widened his eyes as he stared at Jianchen in extreme shock. Disbelief filled his face. It's actually so powerful. It still has such a terrifying presence even after it's dead. My eyes must be blurry. I must have mistaken it," murmured Newbies. His voice trembled slightly as he rubbed his eyes forcefully. He was tempted to put his entire head into the space ring so that he could take a better look. In the end, after confirming many times, he was forced to admit that everything he saw was real. It was not an illusion. The space ring contained the golden-striped silver snake from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. It had reached the late Divine King. "If I remember correctly, this should be of great use to you," said Jianchen. Newbies nodded firmly. He said excitedly, "It's not just great use. It's basically a great fortune for me. If I absorb the essence, my bloodline will become even more powerful and terrifying. My strength will undergo an overwhelming change as well." "Jianchen, where did you get this corpse from?" "It was an overgod at the very least when it was alive." Jianchen shook his head. "When it was alive, it was already at the late Divine King. It was just that it was slain by an even more terrifying expert, so I picked up the corpse along the way." "What? The late Divine King?" Newbies was dumbfounded. He was shocked. The Divine King was like a legendary figure to him. Jianchen's expression suddenly became solemn as he said, "The background of this golden-striped silver snake is not simple at all. In order to avoid any accidents, you need to absorb the essence of life that is beneficial to you as soon as possible and then completely destroy the corpse. You can't leave behind even the slightest trace, or else we will be in huge trouble." Newbies understood the severity of the matter when he saw how stern Jianchen was. He said, "Don't worry, the great Newbies, will never let you down. There's no time to lose. I'll go into seclusion right now." Newbies left in a hurry in excitement. Jianchen was filled with eagerness as he watched Newbies leave. He wondered just how powerful the golden-striped silver snake would become after Newbies absorbed all the essence of the late Divine King. However, there was one thing he was certain about. Once Newbies emerged from seclusion, his strength would undergo an overwhelming change. It would increase drastically. At this moment, Jianchen was surprised. He looked in the direction of Shangguan Er's seclusion before immediately activating all the formations in the Forbidden Grounds, isolating it from the outside world. As soon as Jianchen did that, an extremely powerful presence erupted from where Shangguan cultivated. The presence was so powerful that it should have shaken up the entire provincial city, but since Jianchen had isolated the Forbidden Grounds with formations, the presence did not spread at all. All the people in the Forbidden Grounds were alarmed. They all emerged from their rooms and stared in Shangguan Er's direction. Envy and joy filled their faces. Shangguan had finally broken through at that moment. She had broken through the shackles of God and become an overgod. Fantastic! Has become an overgod as well. Including Xinjian, the Tianyuan family now has 3 overgods, Jianchen murmured to himself. He was extremely excited. In the surrounding divine kingdoms, even the most powerful overgod clans only had 2 overgods. Chapter 1897. Shangguan slowly emerged from her secret room in the Forbidden Grounds of the Tianyuan clan. She wore a violet dress, which perfectly outlined her devilish figure. Her black hair was draped behind her casually, and her eyes shone with enchanting light. She possessed an enchanting presence as the light flowed through her eyes. Clearly, she was unable to completely conceal her presence, as she had only broken through recently. As she emerged from the room, the pressure that belonged to an overgod radiated from her body. Powerful pulses of energy would surge out from her seemingly frail body from time to time, causing her hair to ruffle and her clothes to ruffle despite the lack of wind. Adding on her extraordinary and otherworldly aura, the current her appeared like a celestial fairy descending upon the mortal world. The people from the Tianyuan continent immediately went up to receive her and congratulated her. Even Xinjian hurried over personally. The Tianyuan family had gained another overgod. This was an extremely important matter to the Tianyuan family. It possessed extraordinary significance. After some small talk, everyone dispersed, leaving some space for Jianchen and Shangguan Jianchen and Shangguan held hands and made their way out of the Forbidden Grounds. They strolled through the fragrant garden as they spoke softly and smiled faintly. They talked about some matters between a married couple, as well as the current threat of the Tianyuan family and the heavenly demon religion, as well as the future direction of the Tianyuan family. Jianchen, if the heavenly demon religion can't stop them, you can't force yourself. Just retreat with the people of the clan, Shangguan persuaded him. She was rather worried. She understood how reluctant Jianchen was to part with the Tianyuan family from their conversation. The Tianyuan family had been established in the Dong'an province, so the province naturally held special significance to the Tianyuan family. It could be described as the ancestral land of the Tianyuan family. After all, they had all appeared in the Dong'an province when they entered the Saints' world from the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen naturally had some special feelings for the province. I still don't want to give up on this place until the very end. Although we've already chosen the Heavenly Moon Empire as our path of retreat, the Tianyuan family might not be as stable there as they are in the Dong'an province, Jianchen said sternly as if he was burdened with worry. Shangguan Er's eyes shone as she stared into Jianchen's eyes seriously. She asked gently, "Are you worried about the Earth Spirit sect of the Heavenly Moon Empire?" The Earth Spirit sect is one of the 2 great sects of the Heavenly Moon Empire. Even the imperial family of the Heavenly Moon Empire has to show some respect to the Earth Spirit sect. As a result, it's extremely likely for the Earth Spirit sect to possess a primordial realm expert. Jianchen frowned and continued, "If I were alone, there would obviously be no need for me to fear them, but I have my entire clan with me after all. If we enter the Heavenly Moon Empire and the Earth Spirit sect purposefully makes things difficult for us, we can only become enemies with the Earth Spirit sect. With our current strength, it's impossible for us to be the Earth Spirit sect's opponent. Jianchen, have you ever considered that by the time we become complete enemies with the Earth Spirit sect, you might already possess strength no weaker than the primordial realm and no longer fear the Earth Spirit sect? As for me, it's impossible for me to remain stagnant, said Shangguan-mu. Afterwards, the zither of the demonic cry appeared in Shangguan-mu-er's hand. She stared at the zither with mixed feelings and said, "This zither is very extraordinary. Even with my strength as an overgod, I still can't understand it completely. Whenever my strength increases by a level, I will learn the cultivation method for the next level from the zither. Right now, I've already obtained a cultivation method that can directly allow me to reach the Divine King's level of cultivation. As long as I have enough time, I'm confident that I can fend off the Earth Spirit sect." Jianshan was surprised when he heard that. He studied the zither of the demonic cry carefully, and only after quite a while did he say sternly, "This zither is indeed extraordinary. I can't tell what grade it is either, but I can be certain that it's not a saint artifact. It's extremely likely for it to be a god artifact." Afterwards, Jianshan frowned again, "But if it's a god artifact, I can't sense any of the characteristics of a god artifact from this zither. May I take a look at this zither?" At this moment, Kea walked over from afar in a blue dress. She stared at the zither of the demonic cry. "Kea, you've actually woken up?" Shangguan-mu was stunned as she asked in surprise. All of them knew exactly how Jianshan had brought the unconscious Kea to the saint's world in the crystal coffin. Kea arrived before Shangguan-mu and studied the zither of the demonic cry for quite a while. She frowned slightly and said, "Why do I find this zither a little familiar?" Kea frowned in thought, but soon after, she shook her head. "Maybe it's because I saw you use this zither on the Tianyuan continent, which is why I find this zither a little familiar. I don't know why, but after I woke up after being in a coma for 100 years, I felt like I had forgotten something. There are some things that I can't remember clearly. It's a kind of hazy feeling. It's probably because your soul was too heavily injured, so it left behind some residual effects," Jianshan said after some thought. Kea was clearly only a holy emperor, yet she had only woken up after using so many priceless heavenly resources. He could only understand that the injuries to Kea's soul were unprecedentedly severe. "Kea, I've prepared some divine crystals for you here. I've also prepared a few cultivation methods for you. They can directly allow you to reach over God. Take one that's suitable for you." Jianshan passed a space ring to Kea. "Jianshan, I already owe you enough. I can't take anything else from you," Kea declined. Her feelings were rather mixed. She discovered that she suddenly felt some resistance towards Jianshan's gifts from the depths of her heart. "Take it. There's no need to be so polite between friends." However, Jianshan shoved the space ring into Kea's hands. Kea stared at the space ring in her hand in a rather stunned manner. Her feelings became more and more mixed. At that moment, she actually wanted to immediately return the space ring to Jianshan. She did not know why she would think something like that. It seemed to be an instinctive thought, which made her feel rather lost. However, in the end, she clenched the space ring tightly with extremely mixed feelings. "I'm going to take a stroll in the provincial city," Kea said gently before turning around and making her way out. "Hold on." Jianshan stopped Kea and passed a medallion to her. He said, "This is my medallion. Take it with you. If you come across any problems in the provincial city, just show it to me." Kea took the medallion and studied it carefully before leaving silently. "Jianshan, why do I feel like Kea has become slightly different after waking up?" Shangguan-mu asked after Kea had left. Chapter 1898. Let's give Kea some time to calm down first. She's different from us. We came to the saint's world completely willingly, while Kea was brought here by you without any consciousness at all. It'll obviously be very difficult for her to adapt to this foreign world. She might not even be able to accept it. However, all of this will change with time. I think it'll only take a few months for Kea to completely adapt to the environment of the saint's world, said Shangguan-mu. Even though she did not have a particularly close relationship with Kea, they came from the same world after all. In the vast and foreign world of the Saints' world, every single person from the Tianyuan continent would make them feel close to each other. I wonder whether I was right or wrong to bring Kea to the Saints' world. But if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have been able to awaken Kea at all, Jianshan murmured as he gazed in the direction that Kea had vanished in. His feelings were rather mixed. However, he calmed down very soon. He said to Shangguan Mu, the heavenly demon religion has invaded the divine kingdom of Pingtian, and the divine king has summoned us to the royal capital to discuss important matters. Mu, I need to go to the royal capital immediately. Do you need me to go with you? I can help out a little now. Shangguan Mu looked at Jianshan. In the past few years, the development of the Tianyuan family had been solely supported by Jianshan. They basically did nothing at all. Now that she had become an overgod, she hoped that she could share some of the pressure with Jianshan. Jianshan shook his head. At a time like this, it's best if we don't expose the true strength of our Tianyuan family. It might be able to come in handy at crucial moments. I'll go to the royal capital alone. You stay in the clan and watch over it, just in case. With that, Jianshan took out the supreme quality saint artifact that Fairy Haoyue had given him from his space ring. He said, Mu, this is a supreme quality saint artifact. It possesses extremely great defensive abilities. The battle is about to begin, so refine it immediately. Only you can use the armor to its greatest effect. You should keep it. You're the true pillar of the Tianyuan family right now, Shangguan Mu said gently and pushed the armor before Jianshan. Jianshan smiled indifferently and forcefully shoved the armor into Shangguan Mu's hands. He said, Don't worry about me. My chaotic body is about to break through, so this armor isn't very useful to me. Mu, listen to me and refine the armor as soon as I leave. Do you understand? Now that you have the protection of this armor, I can relax a lot. It will allow me to focus on the enemy without any worries. Afterwards, Jianshan left the Dong, an province, and directly made his way to the royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Kaya wore an aqua-blue dress as she strolled through the provincial city by herself. She looked at the people who came and went on the wide streets of the provincial city. She looked at the dazzling array of shops and peddlers on the two sides of the streets, as well as the sounds of hawking and chatting rang out in her ears. Gradually, confusion appeared in her eyes. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at the sky. She stared at the sky that was completely blue. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the sky and into the depths of outer space. The clamorous sounds in the county city, as well as the various people shuttling through the streets and alleys, made her feel extremely unfamiliar. However, when she raised her head to look at the sky that was clearly foreign to her was the exact opposite. It actually gave her a sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity came from the very bottom of her heart. It made her feel lost and confused. She had no idea why she would feel like this. Suddenly, Kea stood on the busy streets and slowly extended her slender hand towards the sky above her. She clenched her fingers gently before pulling downwards. She had done this completely subconsciously because she had a feeling that the space there was very fragile. She could rip it open with a casual wave of her hand and destroy it with a raise of her hand. However, the result was very clear. Not only did she fail to rip open the sky, but she did not even cause the space to ripple at all. Instead, it made her actions seem so strange. Countless people on the streets stared at her with strange gazes. Kea did not seem to sense the surroundings at all. She looked at her hand, and the confusion in her eyes became even heavier. At that moment, a thought became stronger and stronger in her heart. It was as if she had really forgotten something, as if she had lost something. However, no matter how she racked her brains and tried to remember, she could not remember anything at all. Furthermore, she tried to recall everything that had happened since she was born. She discovered that she did not lose any of her memories. Apart from the 100 years she had spent in a coma, she could clearly remember everything that had happened. Kea leapt up. With her holy emperor's strength, she easily landed on the roof of a nearby shop. She hugged her knees and sat down. She raised her head and stared blankly at the sky. This shop belonged to the Tianyuan family. Kea directly standing on the roof of the shop would naturally be seen as disrespectful to the Tianyuan family by many people. A white-bearded old man immediately levitated into the air from the shop, but he did not dare to exceed the height of the shop. He stared at Kaya furiously as she sat on the roof and bellowed out, "How dare you! Back off!" However, before the old man could finish speaking, an extremely dignified voice rang out in his head. A ruddy, sagely old man hovered in the sky to one side. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his presence was otherworldly. He seemed like an immortal. The old man was one of the elders of the Tianyuan family, Ando Fu. Jianshan was worried about leaving Kea alone in the provincial city, so after giving her an identity medallion, he also got Ando Fu to protect her secretly. This was because Kea was just too weak right now. She had not even touched upon the origin realm, only at the level of a holy emperor. It would naturally be extremely dangerous for her to move about in the provincial city with such strength. The old man who had emerged from the shop was at the peak of reciprocity. After seeing Ando Fu, he immediately became respectful and no longer dared to say anything more. He returned to where he had come from. Kea did not seem to sense anything at all. She continued to stare at the sky in a daze, as if there was nothing else in her eyes other than the unfamiliar yet slightly familiar sky. Jianshan had already arrived in the royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Under the lead of 2 palace maids, he directly entered the central hall of the royal palace. When Jianshan entered the hall, he discovered that there were already over a dozen people seated there. They all sat on the chairs with their eyes closed. When Jianshan appeared, all of them opened their eyes and stared at him. Many of them smiled and nodded at Jianshan kindly. These people were not unfamiliar. Jianshan had seen them all before. They were the overgods of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. At this moment, all the known overgods of the divine kingdom of Pingtian had gathered in the main hall aside from Ling Hogong from the sword-seeking province. Chapter 1899. Yang Kai was the ancestor of the Yang family in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. He had reached late overgod many years ago. Not only was he renowned in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, but he was even renowned and influential in the surrounding divine kingdoms. Moreover, Yang Kai was known as the greatest expert below the divine king in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Both his status and influence directly surpassed the commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Do, who was at the same level of cultivation as him. Even though this was due to Xian Do always keeping a low profile and never being competitive, many people believed that Xian Do was not as great as Yang Kai, which was why he kept such a low profile. As a result, Yang Kai's fame in the divine kingdom of Pingtian was like the midday sun. Only the divine king and the grand imperial protector could suppress him. His fame brought the Yang family countless benefits, allowing them to sit on the throne of the greatest clan in the divine kingdom of Pingtian for many years. They enjoyed great glory and were respected and revered by everyone. However, all of this changed with the battle between the ancestor of the Yang family, Yang Kai, and the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan. In that battle, Yang Kai, who was known as the greatest expert below the divine king, had actually been defeated by the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan, who had only made a name for himself a few decades ago. Not only did Yang Kai lose his status as the greatest expert below the divine king, but his reputation was damaged as well. Even the Yang family was greatly affected. Their status was nowhere near as great as before. This was a humiliation to Yang Kai, a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Although he was a late overgod who had cultivated for who knows how many years, he was not a forgiving person. The humiliation he felt after his defeat gradually turned into hatred. Naturally, he was unable to get along well with Jianshan now that he saw him. Jianchen remained the same as before. He glanced past Yang Kai indifferently before smiling apologetically. He clasped his fist at the overgods in the hall and said, "It's been a long journey, so I've wasted some time. I apologize for making you wait. Ha ha, the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is far too polite. It's only 3 days. To us it's just the blink of an eye. Brother Jianchen, you're scolding me. I just arrived not long before you. According to what you're saying, I've made everyone wait for a long time." The overgods all stood up when they heard Jianchen's words. They all clasped their fists towards Jianchen with smiles as they spoke extremely politely. Jianchen was clearly much more powerful than Yang Kai in the divine kingdom of Pingtian right now. Aside from Yang Kai, all the overgods present showed him respect. On the other hand, when Yang Kai saw that there were actually so many people supporting Jianchen, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Jianchen ignored Yang Kai. After exchanging some pleasantries with everyone, he directly made his way to his seat and sat down. The seats were split into 2 rows. The center was a corridor, and every single seat had a name engraved on it. Jianchen's seat happened to be the first on the right. It was also the seat closest to the Divine King's dragon throne. Xian Dou sat in the second seat, right next to Jianchen. Yang Kai sat in the first seat on the left. Now that Jianchen had sat down, he was directly facing Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at Jianchen coldly before closing his eyes. Jianchen did not take Yang Kai seriously either. Yang Kai was not his opponent in the past, and now that his strength had increased by quite a lot, Yang Kai was even less of an opponent. Jianchen also sat down on the spacious and luxurious chair. He closed his eyes and rested as he waited for the Divine King's arrival quietly. Immediately, the hall that had been bustling with Jianchen's arrival fell silent once again. It was so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. "His Majesty has arrived." At this moment, a loud and vigorous voice broke the silence in the main hall. The overgods who sat there all opened their eyes at the same time at that moment. All of them stood up from their chairs. The Divine King strode over in his dragon crown and dragon robes. He did not walk quickly, but every step he took seemed to resonate with the hearts of all the overgods gathered there. Every single step seemed to land on the hearts of all the overgods, forming a tremendous pressure that enveloped everyone. All the overgods gathered in the hall held their breaths at this moment. They showed a sliver of respect as they could not help but lower their heads and nod slightly. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered as he lowered his head slightly as well. However, he murmured inside, "The Divine King is so powerful. Probably even the 9 late Divine King experts I saw in the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair are not as powerful as him." Jianchen knew that late Divine King experts differed drastically in strength. All the people who could sit on the throne of the Divine King, regardless of whether they were ranked or not, possessed strength equivalent to late Divine King experts. Those who were ranked on the throne of the Divine King would still possess cultivation equivalent to late Divine King experts, but those who ranked in the top 10 would possess strength equivalent to early Primordial Realm experts. The best among them could directly kill Primordial Realm experts with strength equivalent to late Divine King experts. It was extremely impressive. "I wonder if the Divine King has sat on the throne of the Divine King," Jianchen thought. He still did not know the exact strength of the Divine King, but he could sense an unfathomable feeling from the Divine King. "Greetings to your Majesty." The overgods below all bowed towards the Divine King after he sat down on the dragon throne. "There's no need to be so courteous. Please sit down." The Divine King was dignified and amiable. He smiled faintly. "I'm sure all of you have guessed the main reason why I've gathered all of you here in the Imperial City. Next, allow me to explain the strength of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion in detail," the Divine King said calmly. Even when he mentioned the 3 armies that would cause the expressions of many Divine Kings to change, he remained composed. His expression did not change at all. Looking at how confident the Divine King is, it seems like he has complete confidence in stopping the attacks of the heavenly demon religion. Are those ancient empires really going to take action? Jianchen guessed inside as he observed the Divine King's expression the entire time. The heavenly demon religion has a total of 9 armies. Aside from the first army, the other 8 are basically all on par with each other in strength. The commander of the 9th army, Yan Wuming, is a late divine king. People call him the Blood God's Hand because Yan Wuming knows an extremely powerful god-tier battle skill. Once he uses it, the world will turn scarlet as blood-red light will fill the sky. It can condense into a huge, red hand with extremely shocking power. Very few people in the Divine King realm can stop Yan Wuming unless they're experts who have made it to the Divine King's throne. The commander of the 8th army, Luo Duo, is a late Divine King. People call him the Bloodthirsty Butcher. He's cold, cruel, and extremely bloodthirsty. He once invaded a divine kingdom all by himself and slaughtered over 1 billion people. Wherever he passed by, no one survived. The boundless baleful aura he gave off caused all the vegetation in the divine kingdom to lose their vitality. The commander of the 7th army, Yashi Lian, is a late divine king. She's a woman, but she's transformed from a 9-tailed fox. Although she's the person with the weakest battle prowess in the 9 armies, she's the most cunning and the most difficult to deal with. She's naturally lustful and skilled in bewitchment. It's extremely easy for people with weak wills to lose their rationality under her bewitchment. The Divine King became stern when he reached there. He stared at the overgods below before looking at Jianchen in the end. He warned seriously, "Once you come across the commander of the 7th army, you have to be extremely careful. It's best if you don't look at her or listen to anything she says. With your strength, it's very easy for you to be bewitched by her every word and action. That's because some Divine King experts will fall for her tricks easily if their wills aren't firm enough." Chapter 1900. In particular, Jianchen. Yashi Lian likes extremely talented and outstanding geniuses. If Yashi Lian learns about your deeds, she'll definitely pay special attention to you. As a result, you need to be careful of this person, the Divine King warned Jianchen sternly. "Thank you for your warning, Your Majesty. I will be careful," Jianchen apologized. He was extremely stern. He did not believe that the Divine King was lying. If the commander of the 7th army really did set his eyes on him, it would definitely be a huge problem for him. This was because the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian only possessed 2 Divine King experts. The 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion were all late Divine King experts. Apart from the Divine King, who Jianchen was unable to see through, Jianchen could vaguely sense the Grand Imperial Protector. Even though the Grand Imperial Protector was also a Divine King, he was not the opponent of any of the commanders of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion. The Divine King continued, "Every single army of the heavenly demon religion has a fixed number of 100,000 people. However, any one of the 9 armies can easily wipe out an army of tens of millions of our Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. A mere 100,000 people could easily wipe out an army of tens of millions." This was definitely a shocking matter. Many of the overgods present became extremely stern when they heard that. Even though they already knew about the strength of the 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion, they still struggled to remain calm whenever they heard someone mention them. "Your Majesty, the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion are attacking our divine kingdom of Pingtian. We won't be able to fend them off at all," an overgod said sorrowfully. A few of the people present were already thinking about retreating. Once the meeting ended, they would secretly evacuate with their clans. They would give up on everything here and leave the divine kingdom of Pingtian. The Divine King said calmly, "The invasion of the heavenly demon religion is indeed a difficult battle for our divine kingdom of Pingtian, but it's only a difficult battle. It's definitely not a battle of destruction. The heavenly demon religion can't destroy our divine kingdom of Pingtian because the ancient empires have already sent reinforcements. They're on their way. Even the ruler of the southern region, the Blood Sun Empire, is paying attention to the situation here at all times. The destruction of the divine kingdom of three cauldrons is already the bottom line of the heavenly demon religion. It's impossible for them to allow the heavenly demon religion to continue acting so fearlessly. What? The empires have already sent reinforcements? The Blood Sun Empire is also paying attention? Your Majesty, is that true? Will the Blood Sun Empire send reinforcements to assist us? I never thought that the Blood Sun Empire would be so relaxed about this matter. If they interfere, the threat of the heavenly demon religion will be eliminated immediately. If the Blood Sun Empire sends reinforcements, we can launch a counterattack on the headquarters of the heavenly demon religion and uproot the heavenly demon religion. All the overgods were overjoyed. Without a doubt, the divine king's words were great news to them. They had seen a ray of hope in the darkness. In particular, the Blood Sun Empire excited them. They were the rulers of the southern region of the Cloud Plain. They were so powerful that the ancient empires could not compare to them at all. Before the Blood Sun Empire, even ancient empires like the Heavenly Moon Empire had to bow their heads. The Heavenly Moon Empire was only an ancient empire. There were 6 of them in the entire southern region, while the Blood Sun Empire was known as an eternal empire. They were the only eternal empire in the southern region. Only Jianshan's face did not change at all among them. He was still stern, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He knew that even if the empires sent reinforcements, they would only be able to protect the divine kingdom of Pingtian at most. As for launching a counterattack on the heavenly demon religion or uprooting the heavenly demon religion, that was impossible. Let alone the eternal Blood Sun Empire in the southern region, even the so-called Eternal Tian Empire that had existed for countless years in the central region did not have the courage to do that. This was because he had learnt some secret information from the divine King Tai Do who followed Tong Tian. Probably even many divine kings had never heard of the information before. The heavenly demon religion was not terrifying by itself. There were many organizations that could destroy the heavenly demon religion on the Cloud Plain. However, the great elder behind the heavenly demon religion was enough to make even the peak clans on the Cloud Plain fear him. At this moment, Jianshan stood up and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, are there no other divine king realm experts among the 3 armies that are attacking our divine kingdom of Pingtian apart from the commanders?" Jianshan was indeed very doubtful. The commanders of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion were all late divine king realm experts. Logically speaking, there should be some early divine king realm experts or mid-divine king realm experts as their assistants. In the armies of many places, marshals had their own left and right hands, while commanders had their own vice-commanders. Did the Empyrean demon cult not have a vice-commander or something like that in their 9 powerful armies? Indeed, there's only a single divine king realm expert in each of the 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion, and they're all late divine king realm experts. The divine king sank into his thoughts and said slowly, "According to my understanding of the heavenly demon religion, the heavenly demon religion also has a hall of protectors apart from the 9 armies. Once an overgod of the 9 armies breaks through to divine king realm, they will immediately leave the army and enter the hall of protectors as a protector. At the same time, every single protector is a candidate for the commander of the 9 armies. Once a commander dies in battle, the new commander will be chosen from the protectors. Your Majesty, may I ask just how many protectors there are in the Hall of Protectors?" Bing Lu asked from the Yubing clan of the Frigid Snow Province. He no longer seemed as old as before. A faint, red light appeared on his face. Clearly, Bing Lu's strength had increased by quite a lot in the past few years. He had reached mid-overgod now. This time, the divine king fell into a very long period of silence. Only after quite a while did he sigh gently. probably even the experts of the empires won't be able to answer that question. However, you don't have to worry about that. All you need to know is that the heavenly demon religion can't take down our divine kingdom of Pingtian. I only need you to use your full strength when the battle begins. Don't let the people from the other empires look down on us. I've said everything that needs to be said. You can all go and make arrangements. Prepare for battle. The divine king waved his hand and ended the meeting. After the meeting, everyone, including Jianchen, thought about the heavenly demon religion's hall of protectors. Their faces changed constantly. From the divine king's expression, he clearly knew a little about the hall of protectors. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent for so long. It looks like the heavenly demon religion should have quite a few protectors in the hall of protectors. Many overgods reached this conclusion, and they all became extremely stern. Even the protectors have formed a hall. Just how many divine king experts are there in the heavenly demon religion? Jianchen guessed inside as well. He was shocked. From the beginning to the end, no one mentioned the matter of Jianchen killing the 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion. Even Yang Kai, who hated Jianchen, did not mention it. This was because all of them knew that the attack of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion on the divine kingdom of Pingtian had nothing to do with the 3 overgods. Let alone the fact that 3 overgods were not worth the heavenly demon religion going to such great lengths and directly mobilizing the 3 armies. Moreover, they had received the latest news that the heavenly demon religion had not only mobilized the 7th, 8th, and 9th armies. The other 6 armies had all been mobilized. Chapter 1901. People constantly entered and exited the provincial city of the Dong, a province, through the huge city gates. Large numbers of armored soldiers were stationed at every single gate, and there were even deities secretly on guard. As one of the 6 great provincial cities of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, the Dong province was also where the overgod organization, the Tian Yuan clan, resided. It was renowned and could attract countless people every day. Of course, there were naturally many people who came to trade or seek refuge. They used the prohibition of fighting in the provincial city to avoid being hunted down by their enemies. Anyone who entered the provincial city would have to pay a certain amount of divine crystals in exchange for a medallion from the soldiers at the gates. They would use the medallion to purchase the number of days they could stay in the city. Not only was there a ban on speaking within the county city, fighting was also prohibited. Furthermore, there was an abundance of essence energy within the county city. Cultivating within the county city would allow one to progress much faster than cultivating outside. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about being attacked by powerful wild beasts. As a result, many people were extremely willing to cultivate in the provincial city. Although there would be people who would ignore the prohibition set down by the Tianyuan family from time to time and directly injure people in the provincial city, this was extremely rare. In short, staying in the provincial city was still much safer than staying in the wilderness. Today, Chanlong, who was known as a formations master, wore white robes at the eastern gate of the provincial city. He concealed his presence and kept an extremely low profile as he squeezed with the people who were about to enter the city. He slowly approached the eastern gate with the group. Master Chanlong seemed like an ordinary old man right now. He did not stand out at all as he stood in the crowd. It was very difficult to imagine that he was actually a late overgod, a renowned formations master in the surrounding divine kingdoms. It was even more unimaginable that with his current strength and status, he would actually choose to line up like an ordinary person when he entered the provincial city. He would only enter after paying divine crystals for a medallion that allowed him to stay in the city. I've already entered the provincial city. I've concealed my presence with a secret technique, so even if Jianchen is still in the city, he won't be able to discover me. Where is the chance of survival you spoke of? Master Chanlong strolled through the streets of the Dong province leisurely. He had already secretly communicated with the trapped soul. Master Chanlong's emotions became rather mixed as he looked at the scenery in the provincial city. In the past, he had even ambushed Jianchen here, casting down a formation to seal up the entire city. He wanted to kill Jianchen here. Unfortunately, Jianchen sensed him first and fled from the city. In the end, he engaged in an intense battle with Jianchen 100 kilometers away. Master Chanlong had almost killed Jianchen in that battle. He had also almost died to Jianchen. Now that he had come to the provincial city again, his intentions were no longer to kill Jianchen. Instead, he was looking for the chance of survival that the trapped soul had mentioned. Jianchen's talent was just too great, and his growth was just too fast. Coupled with the fact that the trapped soul constantly chattered in his ear, "Old man Chanlong, you better cherish your last few years. I can already see your future. You'll only live for 100 years at most. Old man Chanlong, I can already see Jianchen piercing your forehead with a finger and wiping out your soul. Old man Chanlong, I can already see Jianchen beheading you in a single stroke." These words gradually influenced Master Chanlong as well. As a result, Master Chanlong believed the trapped soul at all. In order to prevent himself from dying to Jianchen's hands in the next few decades, Master Chanlong had come all the way from the Heavenly Moon Empire to the provincial city. In the past few years, Master Chanlong had gained a deep understanding of the power of a trapped soul. He really did seem to have the ability to see the future. Everything he said would come true in the end. The heavenly secrets of the Dong and province are chaotic, as if it's shrouded by a layer of mist. I can only see that the chance of survival lies in the provincial city, but I can't see where it is exactly. Old man Chanlong, it'll be up to your luck now. I can't help you with anything anymore, said the trapped soul. Master Chanlong said nothing. Before long, he entered an inn. In order to not raise any suspicion, he only booked a medium-sized room. Afterwards, he ordered some side dishes on the first floor before sitting in a remote corner and eating. Of course, this was all just a disguise. Places like inns had a lot of people, so it was very suitable for gathering information. He firmly believed that if the Dong and province really did possess a chance of survival, it would not be peaceful. Something abnormal or special would definitely happen. After arriving here, Master Chanlong became cautious. He kept an extremely low profile, and he did not even show himself. He did not even dare to use the senses of his soul, as he was afraid that Jianchen would still be in the provincial city and discover his existence. Once the news that he had entered the divine kingdom of Pingtian was leaked, the Grand Imperial Protector would hunt him down. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble to gather information as a late overgod. At the same time, Kea strolled through the streets aimlessly in the provincial city. She would look at the surroundings from time to time and look at the sky from time to time. Her gaze was rather lost. She had already walked like this for 2 whole days. Of course, with her strength as a holy emperor, she would not feel tired at all even if she walked for 2 years, let alone 2 days. Just when Kea passed by an ordinary inn, her gaze seemed to be attracted by something. She suddenly looked at the inn and actually walked in involuntarily. When a person entered a completely unfamiliar environment, their first reaction was to subconsciously look around and observe their surroundings. However, Kea actually did not look around at all after entering the inn. Her gaze clearly seemed to be attracted by something, so she directly looked at an inconspicuous corner. To no surprise, that was where Master Chanlong sat. Kea's gaze directly locked onto Master Chanlong. She stared at Master Chanlong blankly as a sliver of confusion gradually appeared in her eyes. At the same time, Master Chanlong raised his head as well. He stared at Kea calmly. With this one glance, he could no longer shift his gaze away. As a late overgod, he did not pay attention to a mere holy emperor at all. Even if the holy emperor looked at him, he would not care at all. However, the moment Kea entered the inn, Master Chanlong actually raised his head involuntarily, as if he could not control himself. His gaze landed on Kea. What a weak cultivation. Strange, who is this person? Why does old man feel a hint of familiarity when he sees her? Master Chanlong stared at Kea as doubt filled his eyes. Old man Chanlong, have you noticed that woman? Who is she? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity when she appears? But I've clearly never seen her before. At the same time, the trapped soul said. Her voice was filled with doubt. At this moment, Kea moved as well. She arrived before Master Chanlong steadily and stared at Master Chanlong in confusion. She asked gently, Who are you? Have we met somewhere before? As she said that, Kea glanced at the space ring on Master Chanlong's finger from time to time. Chapter 1902. Master Chanlong's heart shuddered slightly when he heard Kea's words. The light in his eyes flickered as he stared at Kea. His expression became rather strange. Afterwards, he frowned slightly as he sank into his thoughts and became confused. He felt a strange sense of familiarity the moment he saw Kea. The reason why he felt this sense of familiarity was because he was certain that he had never seen the woman before him before. Ignoring the fact that he, Chanlong, had never had a true friend ever since he started cultivating, and Kea was still so weak, Chanlong's strength was simply too weak. Even if he had seen a mere holy emperor somewhere before, he would not take him seriously. A person like that was just an ant in his eyes. An ant would naturally not give him the slightest sense of familiarity. However, strangely enough, not only did he feel a strange sense of familiarity towards Kea, but Kea also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity towards him that even she could not explain. This left Master Chanlong rather perplexed. Aside from that, what Master Chanlong found the most unbelievable was that even the soul he had trapped in the formation banners in his space ring, acting as the formation spirit, actually felt a sense of familiarity towards Kea as well. This made the matter much more complicated. Who are you? Master Chanlong replied with a question. He stared at Kea without blinking at all. At that moment, even he, a mighty late over-god, became rather confused. I'm Kea. Kea also stared at Master Chanlong. She would glance at the space ring on Master Chanlong's finger from time to time, and she said with interest, There seems to be something in your space ring that I find rather familiar as well. The feeling is just like yours. Master Chanlong was shocked by Kea's words. His old eyes immediately widened as he stared at Kea in shock. He found it hard to believe. Naturally, he knew what Kea found familiar in his space ring. It was definitely the soul trapped within the formation banners that could foresee the future. How can this woman sense what's in my space ring? Let alone a mere holy emperor like her, even the divine king doesn't possess such abilities. Master Chanlong struggled to remain calm. He secretly communicated with the trapped primordial spirit. Old man Chanlong, don't ask me. I don't know what's going on either. I can't see through this woman at all. She's like a ball of mist, said the trapped soul. Master Chanlong remained silent for a while before calming down slowly. He looked at Kea with mixed feelings and curiosity. The sense of familiarity he felt towards Kea grew stronger and stronger from the bottom of his heart. It affected Master Chanlong imperceptibly, causing his attitude towards Kea to change silently. Master Chanlong invited Kea to sit down. He did not put on any airs as an overgod at all. He conversed with Kea in an amiable manner as if they were friends who had not seen each other for many years. Who is this woman called Kea? Who is she? I've clearly never seen her before, so why do I feel like she's familiar? As Chanlong and Kea conversed, the trapped soul remained in the space ring. He constantly murmured to himself as he scratched his head. He was unable to understand what was going on no matter how he thought about it. On the other side, Kea and Master Chanlong became closer and closer. The sense of familiarity between them grew stronger and stronger as well. There was no gap between them at all. This gave the two of them a strange feeling. It was as if they had always been close friends. Kea, it looks like we really are fated to meet. However, you're weak right now, so it's very easy for you to come across danger. I can't be by your side at all times either. Take these 3 defensive formation discs. Every single one of them can block a single strike from a late overgod. Take this jade pendant with you at all times as well. It can save your life when you need it. These high-grade divine crystals can allow your strength to increase rapidly. Master Chanlong took out a large pile of items from his space ring and placed them before Kea. Master Chanlong himself found it rather hard to believe that he would actually give so many things to someone he had just met. If this had happened before today, he would have never believed that he would be so generous. The high-grade divine crystals were nothing to him, but the 3 defensive formation discs that could block a single strike from a late overgod were priceless items. Every single one of them was extremely difficult to create. The jade pendant was even more valuable. Not only was it a high-quality saint artifact, but it was also a treasure that could actively defend. Once it was attacked, the formations on the jade pendant would be activated automatically, forming an extremely powerful barrier of light. If its defenses were pushed to the limit, it could even last a while against regular late overgods. Without any exaggeration, the items Master Chanlong had given him were close to a quarter of his wealth. However, Master Chanlong just happened to want to help Kea as much as he could after seeing how weak he was. This was just like how Jianchen treated his friends and family. He was selfless, always thinking of ways to use all the resources at his disposal to make them stronger. Senior Chanlong, thank you for your good intentions, but I can't accept so many of your items for no reason. Moreover, I don't lack these items. Jianchen has given me quite a few, Kea said gratefully as he pushed all the items to Master Chanlong. What? Jianchen? The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen? A gleam of light flashed through Master Chanlong's eyes, and he became stern. Yeah, the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen. He's my friend, said Kea. Master Chanlong's face immediately became uncertain. At the same time, a streak of light shot through the sky outside the provincial city. With a flash, it entered the provincial city in the blink of an eye. Jianchen had already returned from the royal city. He stood on the startling rainbow sword and entered the provincial city as a resplendent streak of light. I wonder how Kea has been in the past few days. Has she accepted the saint's world, which is an extremely foreign world to her? As soon as he entered the provincial city, Jianchen thought of Kea. He flew towards the Tianyuan family on the startling rainbow sword. At the same time, he expanded the senses of his soul, enveloping the entire city as he searched for Kea's location. He found Kea with the senses of his soul as a late overgod effortlessly. However, his face suddenly changed, and cold killing intent immediately appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, Chanlong, you're looking to die. Jianchen's path suddenly changed, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Sword chi permeated his surroundings as the startling rainbow sword shone brightly. He turned into a streak of light and shot towards Kea with unbelievable speed. At the same time, Master Chanlong discovered Jianchen's arrival as well. His face immediately became stern, and an azure disk appeared in his right hand. It shone with dazzling azure light as countless profound inscriptions flickered. Chapter 1903. Oh no, Jianchen has already discovered you. He's extremely powerful now. Old man Chanlong, if you had the chance to kill Jianchen or escape from Jianchen in the past, you definitely won't be Jianchen's opponent today. He really is a supreme prodigy after all. His strength has increased far too quickly, the soul murmured to himself. There was some amazement in his voice. Even across the entire saint's world, there were only a handful of people who possessed talent as great as Jianchen. However, the trapped soul frowned soon afterwards, but this doesn't make sense. I clearly saw a sliver of hope in the Dong An province, so why did I encounter Jianchen now? Now that I've encountered Jianchen, what chance is there? You've always been quite accurate with your calculations in the past, but you've clearly miscalculated this time. However, it's no big deal. Even if Jianchen's strength has increased rapidly in the past few years, I'm not afraid of him, said Qianlong. The powerful origin energy that belonged to a late overgod surged within him secretly, surging like a river. Kea could not help but become doubtful when she saw Master Qianlong's sudden sternness and the azure disk and formation banners in his hand. She was slightly confused. Just when she was about to ask, an extremely tremendous presence suddenly crushed down from the sky. It immediately caused the expressions of everyone in the inn to change drastically. Even the inn that was protected by a layer of formations creaked, as if it could not withstand the pressure. It seemed like it was about to be crushed to pieces from the tremendous presence. A resplendent streak of light shone like the sun. It shot down with lightning speed as a streak of light. It moved so quickly that it completely exceeded the range of God. Only overgods could sense it. In just a short instance, the streak of light directly shot into the inn where Kea resided. Kea only saw a flash before her, and a white-robed person appeared before her like he had teleported. He stood between her and Master Qianlong with his back towards her. Jianchen. Kea recognized the person almost immediately from the familiar figure. She was surprised. Kea, return to the clan first. It's not safe here, Jianchen said without any hesitation. Jianchen said without even looking back. His voice was very gentle, but he stared at Master Qianlong closely. He became cautious. He did not know about the relationship between Kea and Master Qianlong. He only knew that he could not touch Kea with Master Qianlong right now. With Kea's strength as a mere holy emperor, it was impossible for him to endure the shockwaves from a battle between overgods. Master Qianlong, you're a renowned overgod after all. You shouldn't go so far as to threaten me with a weak woman, right? Jianchen glared at Master Qianlong and growled. Right now, he was extremely worried that Master Qianlong would attack first. He did not fear Master Qianlong at all with his current strength. As a matter of fact, he was completely capable of preventing Master Qianlong from casting formations if he used his full strength. However, with Kea beside him, Jianchen was unable to guarantee her safety. If Kea was a god, Jianchen would not have to worry so much because gods possessed the power to resist. However, Kea was only a holy emperor right now. Before an overgod, a holy emperor was no different from a mortal. Humph, Jianchen, aren't you overestimating yourself? Master Qianlong sneered. That's right. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Even if you're a supreme prodigy, you still don't have the right for old man Qianlong to threaten you with someone else. Although old man Qianlong isn't much of a person, he still cares about his status at the very least, said the trapped soul. His voice drifted out from the formation banners. Kea could also hear the hostility in Jianchen and Master Qianlong's voices. She ignored Jianchen's advice and stood between them. She said to Jianchen, Jianchen, what are you doing? Qianlong is my friend. How can he use me to threaten you? You've misunderstood. Kea also realized that there was probably some grievances between Jianchen and Master Qianlong. What did you say, friend? Jianchen stared at Kea in surprise. He was stunned, basically doubting his ears. How long had it been since Kea arrived in the Saint's world? How long had it been since she woke up? Moreover, the difference in strength between her and Master Qianlong was so great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, so how could they be friends? Kea stopped the aggressive Jianchen and explained, Jianchen, I know you don't believe me. Although I've only known Qianlong for a short while, we hit it off right away. I have indeed treated Qianlong as my friend. He's my best friend aside from you. Jianchen sighed gently when he saw how serious Kea was. He did not seem like he was joking at all. He said, Kea, you still don't truly understand the person before you. Qianlong is a mighty late overgod, and he's also a formations master. Just how great is his status? Why would someone like him take you seriously? Master Chanlong said. He held the azure disc in one hand and the formation banners in the other. He said emotionlessly, Jianshin, although the old man is disdainful to explain it to you, this matter concerns Keia's trust in the old man. As a result, the old man needs to step forward and say a few words. That's right, the old man is indeed a late overgod, and he's a formations master. He's rather famous in the nearby region. However, the old man has indeed hit it off with Lady Keia at first sight. The old man has also treated Lady Keia as the old man's first friend. Jianshin sneered, Chanlong, do you think I'll believe you? You probably have other intentions for doing this. However, no matter what your intentions are, I won't let you leave so easily today. Jianshin gripped the startling rainbow sword as his presence surged. He had already locked onto Jianshin. It was also at this moment that a black figure charged into the inn with lightning speed. He arrived before Jianshin in a single instance and grabbed Keia by the shoulder, taking him out of the inn. During this time, Jianshin had always been wary of Master Chanlong, so he did not stop the black figure at all. This black figure was none other than Shin Jian, who was dressed in a black martial arts suit. During the stalemate with Master Chanlong, Jianshin had already contacted Shin Jian through his soul, telling him to take action and take Keia away. With Keia present, he was always restrained. He did not dare to actually fight Chanlong. Even though this would expose Shin Jian's existence, Jianshin could not care less about Keia's safety. I never thought that the Tianyuan family would actually have a second overgod. Master Chanlong stared at Jianshin emotionlessly. Chanlong, let's settle our past grievances today. Last time, you managed to escape, but today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Jianshin's startling rainbow surged with light as he pointed it at Master Chanlong. You want to make old man unable to escape? Jianshin, you probably won't be able to do that with your current strength, Jianshin sneered. Master Chanlong sneered. The azure disc in his hand shone brightly, and a huge formation appeared, revolving around him. A great battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment the expressions of both Jianshin and Chanlong changed. They both looked in the same direction. In the next moment, 7 tremendous presences flooded out, enveloping the entire provincial city in an extremely domineering manner. Every single presence possessed the strength of an overgod, and there were quite a few late overgods among them. The 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect of the Heavenly Moon Empire have arrived. Who is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan? Why don't you come out and receive us? Is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshin, present? Come out and receive us on your knees. That's right. Receive us on your knees. It's best if you move quickly. Don't make us wait for too long, or don't blame us for erasing your Tianyuan family. 4 loud voices rang out in the sky, reaching every corner of the provincial city. They spoke in a domineering manner, as if they were above everyone else. They were arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Chapter 1904. The voices of the protectors from the Earth Spirit sect shook up the entire provincial city. At that moment, all the people in the city stopped what they were doing, regardless of how important their matters were. They stared at the sky in shock as they looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Ever since Jianshin defeated the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Kai, the Tianyuan family had become the greatest clan in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, replacing the Yang family. The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshin, was known as the greatest expert below the divine king in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Let alone in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, he was a renowned figure even in the surrounding divine kingdoms. Very few people dared to provoke him. But now, not only had someone offended the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshin, they had even spoken to him mercilessly. They had arrogantly demanded that the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan kneel to welcome them. Many people in the provincial city became rather stunned by the audacity of their actions. In particular, when they mentioned that they wanted to remove the Tianyuan family from the divine kingdom of Pingtian, it shocked all the people in the provincial city. Who are these people? Aren't they far too arrogant? Don't they know who the Tianyuan family is? They're the greatest overgod clan in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. What kind of place is the Heavenly Moon Empire? I've never heard of it. And what kind of organization is the Earth Spirit sect? They seem pretty powerful, yet their 7 protectors are so arrogant. They don't take the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan seriously at all. The Tianyuan family is inviolable. Although I don't know who they are, I believe the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan will never let them go. The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan is a powerful, vicious person. I heard that he killed 3 overgods from the heavenly demon religion in just a few moves. That's overgods. Even in the divine kingdom of Pingtian they would be at the very peak. There were many discussions in the provincial city. However, without any exception, most of the people had great confidence in the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan, against the people who had come to cause trouble. As a matter of fact, many of them were looking forward to the patriarch teaching these shameless people a lesson. Many people had never heard of the Earth Spirit sect and Heavenly Moon Empire. Only a small portion of gods had heard of the Earth Spirit sect, so they all became stern. They worried for the Tianyuan family. In the Wainer clan, the 2 remaining gods immediately became excited when they heard the call that rang through the entire city. The protectors of the Earth Spirit sect are here. Xiao Yan is also a protector of the Earth Spirit sect, so they should be Xiao Yan's fellow disciples. Quick, let's go inform Xiao Yan. The protector of the Earth Spirit sect has come to support our Wainer clan. That's great, that's truly great. Our Wainer clan will rise again today. The 2 elders, who were even older than Wainer Yan, rushed towards where Wainer Yan cultivated as quickly as they could in excitement. At the same time, Jianshan frowned in the inn. A vicious light immediately flashed through his eyes when he heard the voices of the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect. He immediately abandoned Master Chanlong and shot off as a streak of light. Jianshan hovered above the great walls of the provincial city with the startling rainbow sword in his hand. He stared ahead coldly and emotionlessly. Before him, 7 people in the same uniform stood with their arms crossed. They looked at Jianshan arrogantly as if they were looking down on everything. 5 of them were men. 2 of them seemed to be close to middle age. They sneered as they looked at Jianshan with undisguised coldness. The 2 of them were the most powerful out of the 7 of them. They were late overgods. The other 3 men all maintained the appearance of young men. 2 of them were early overgods, while 1 was a mid-overgod. The last 2 people were beautiful women who only seemed to be in their 20s. They wore long dresses, which accentuated their soft and graceful figures. They were quite pretty. The 2 women were both mid-overgod. As soon as we called for Jianshan from the Tianyuan family, you immediately appeared. Are you Jianshan from the Tianyuan family? An early overgod young man studied Jianshan. He crossed his arms and said leisurely. He seemed like a slob. That's right. I'm the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan. However, this is the Dong-an province, not your Earth Spirit sect. As a result, you better put away your arrogance in the Earth Spirit sect after coming here, Jianshan said calmly. The young man smiled when he heard that. He stared at Jianshan provocatively. Oh, you're actually threatening us. However, we just happen to want to face you like that. What are you going to do about it? Junior 2, why waste your breath on him? Jianshan, didn't you hear what we said earlier? Why don't you kneel down and receive us after seeing us 7 protectors? Another early overgod said sternly. The 5 other mid and late overgods all hovered in the air. They stared at Jianshan coldly with their arms crossed. Their gazes were filled with threat as if their arrogance was beneath them to speak to Jianshan. Jianshan's gaze turned cold when he faced the naked humiliation from the protectors. He said coldly, You're just 2 ants, yet you want me to kneel down so shamelessly? Are all the people from the Earth Spirit sect like this? Jianshan also spoke with deep disdain. He was not exaggerating. With his current strength, early overgods were indeed no more powerful than ants in his eyes. However, the faces of the two early overgods sank. Heavy killing intent filled their eyes, and they said coldly, "Jianshan, you're looking to die. I'll show you the consequences of underestimating the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect." With that, the two of them took out their saint artifacts and directly attacked Jianshan. Sword Qi soars to the heavens. The two early overgods called out together. They swung their swords and produced two huge strands of sword Qi that ripped through the air, shooting towards Jianshan with lightning speed. When the two of them struck out, the 5 other protectors stared at Jianshan with interest. They wanted to see through Jianshan's strength through the two of them. They had just hurried over from the Earth Spirit sect, so they did not really understand Jianshan's true strength. They only knew that their junior, Weiner Yen, had been defeated by Jianshan several decades ago. Chapter 1905. The two strands of sword Qi shone with dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings. They really did possess a presence that could shake up the heavens. They were extremely sharp, and when the sword Qi shot out, it was accompanied by the clear thrum of a sword. It came from the vibrations of the swords in the hands of the two early overgods. The two strands of sword Qi had already locked onto Jianshan's presence. They closed the distance between them in a single instance and charged towards Jianshan with an unstoppable, murderous presence. The powerful origin energy that belonged to early overgods interweaved with the laws of the world, enveloping Jianshan like a huge net. It sealed off all of Jianshan's paths of retreat. Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The two people before him were indeed from large sections. As soon as they began to fight, the strength they displayed was unrivaled among early overgods. In particular, the battle skills they used right now seemed to possess the might of mid-overgods. The battle skills are impressive, but it's a pity that the people who use them are still a little too weak. They're like two ants. Even though they can lift things that are heavier than themselves, they're still too weak in the end. How can they threaten a colossal beast? Jianshan said. His indifferent voice was filled with disdain, but heavy killing intent flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, the startling rainbow sword shone brightly as an extremely powerful sword intent radiated from Jianshan. The startling rainbow sword in his hand stabbed out as a blur. The sword seemed to be able to destroy all laws and sever the rules. This sword condensed the truth of the world and carried a trace of the great path, causing this simple sword to contain a power that could destroy the world. The expressions of the two early overgods from the Earth Spirit sect changed. They stared at Jianshan in shock. They understood Jianshan's strength very well, but they had never thought that he would be so powerful. Just a single strike was enough to make them feel life-threatening danger. At the same time, they felt like they had fallen into hell. The two protectors were shocked. They found it very hard to believe. They knew that Jianshan was not weak. Even their junior, Weiner Yen, had been defeated by him. However, with their strength, they could last for a while even if they were not the opponent of late overgods when they worked together. However, let alone last for a while, they probably would not even be able to receive a single strike from Jianshan's strike. Oh no! The expressions of the two late overgods from the Earth Spirit sect both changed. They felt a great sense of danger from Jianshan's strike. It was impossible for their two early overgods to block it. The two late overgods immediately struck out. They charged towards Jianshan as quickly as they could, wanting to block Jianshan's strike for their junior. However, how could Jianshan let them do as they wished? The protectors had arrived aggressively and even spoke rudely, telling him to kneel and receive them. How could Jianshan let them off so easily after humiliating him like that? Moreover, he probably would not be able to avoid a battle with the protectors today. Since they were going to fight, he wanted to use this opportunity to heavily injure them and reduce their strength. Boom! As soon as the two strands of sword Qi from the two early overgods came in contact with Jianshan, the strands of sword chi were as fragile as tofu. They directly exploded in the air and produced a great sound. The great sound wave formed a visible sound wave, causing the great city walls of the provincial city to shake gently. The light of formations appeared. However, Jianshan's startling rainbow sword did not slow down at all. It shone with dazzling white light and directly cleaved the shockwave of sword chi in half. He swung it towards the necks of the two protectors mercilessly. The strike was extremely fast, arriving in a single instant. The two late overgods wanted to save them, but it was already too late. Stop. Jianshan, if you dare to harm Junior 2 and Junior Lei, we'll definitely teach you a lesson today. We'll erase your Tianyuan family from the Dong'an province, a late overgod called out threateningly. Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, if you dare to harm even a single hair on Junior 2 and Lei, we'll wipe out your Tianyuan family today. Not a single soul will be spared, the other late overgod said as well. He was filled with killing intent. Even though Jianshan had displayed extraordinary strength, they still did not take Jianshan seriously. After all, they came from the Earth Spirit sect of the Heavenly Moon Empire. They came from a large sect, so they possessed a natural sense of superiority. They naturally felt like they were superior when they came to a remote place like the divine kingdom of Pingtian, as if they were the masters of the world. However, Jianshan did not stop when he heard their threats. Instead, a vicious light flickered through his eyes as killing intent surged. Originally, he only wanted to teach them a small lesson so that they would lose their battle prowess, but now, he had decided to teach them a painful and unforgettable lesson. The startling rainbow sword turned into a streak of white light and swung out rapidly. It directly swept towards the necks of the two early overgods from the Earth Spirit sect, passing through their necks without any resistance at all. Immediately, blood spurted out from their necks like a fountain. The two early overgods' heads had already been separated from their bodies. Their heads were blown high into the air by the spray of blood. They continued to spin as they fell. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. In just a single clash, Jianshan had completely crushed them, forcefully blowing up the heads of the two early overgods. Not only did the 5 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect become dumbfounded by this sight, but even all the people who saw this in the Dong'an province were shocked as well. They were all stunned. Do you see that white-robed young man? He's the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan. Heavens, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan is just too powerful. He chopped off the heads of 2 early overgods without any effort at all. The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan is actually so powerful. Early overgods are basically no different from ants in his eyes. Just what level has his strength reached? Has he broken through and reached the level of the Divine King? Even if the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan hasn't reached the level of the Divine King, he can probably make it onto the overgod's plaque with ease with his strength. After a moment of silence, a great uproar suddenly erupted in the Dong'an province. Jianshan had chopped off the heads of the 2 overgods with lightning speed, making all the people who saw this extremely excited. Ever since the Tianyuan family was founded, they had always supported the weak and eliminated the strong. At the same time, no one in the clan dared to take advantage of the weak. As a result, the Tianyuan family was very popular in the Dong'an province. They were loved by many people, completely different from the Mo family of the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang. Chapter 1906. Senior Brother Gong, Senior Brother Wu, save us, save us! The 2 beheaded protectors pleaded for help in fright. Of course, they were unable to speak now that their heads had been separated from their bodies. They were unable to produce any sounds at all. They could only send out mental pulses through their souls. As long as their souls remained, they would not die even if their bodies were reduced to pieces. As a result, the 2 of them were still alive after their heads had been separated from their bodies. Of course, their current situation was not optimistic at all. After Jianshan's startling rainbow sword had cut off their heads, a tiny strand of sword chi had remained. It had split into two. One remained in their bodies while the other directly entered their heads. However, Jianshan did not go overboard. The strand of sword qi in their heads was not powerful, so the two protectors could fend it off with the power of their souls. As a result, they would not lose their lives and have their souls wiped out by the sword qi. However, it would consume an extremely tremendous amount of power from their souls. The two late overgods known as Senior Gong and Senior Wu arrived before the two heads with sunken faces. They each protected their heads and pressed them gently against their bodies. At the same time, they took out a bottle of pills from their space rings and crushed a pill to powder. They directly rubbed it gently on the wounds on their neck. Immediately, the wounds on the two early overgods' necks began to heal at a visible rate. The severed heads reconnected with their bodies very soon. During this time, the other three mid-overgods stared at Jianshan cautiously as well. They were afraid that Jianshan would suddenly attack and stop them from saving them. However, Jianshan did not plan on killing them. Not only did he not stop them, but he even retreated with his sword. He stared at them coldly and emotionlessly. Fortunately, we saved you in time, so your bodies did not suffer any further damage. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to reconnect your heads to your bodies, a late overgod said in relief. A late overgod from the Earth Spirit sect said in joy. When he glanced at Jianshan, cold light flickered through his eyes. They were filled with heavy killing intent. Thank you, Senior Gong and Senior Wu, for saving our lives. If it were not for you, we probably would have died to Jianshan's hands already, the two protectors said weakly. The two protectors, who thought they were lucky enough to survive, said weakly. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces were frighteningly pale. Their facial muscles twitched abnormally, and they seemed to be in great pain. In their bodies, a pure sword qi was rampaging about, destroying their vitality, shattering their internal organs, and severing their meridians. At the same time, there was a weak strand of sword qi in their heads. If they did not block it with their full strength, it could wipe out their souls at any time. The two of them immediately sat down cross-legged, doing their best to suppress the two strands of sword qi that were wreaking havoc in their bodies. How dare you kill the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect, Jianshan? You're far too bold. It looks like you have no idea what kind of existence our Earth Spirit sect is, one of the 7 protectors said. A woman among the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect said. Her clear voice was filled with coldness, and her eyes were frosty. Afterwards, she looked at the two late overgods and said, Senior Gong, Senior Wu, the people of the Tianyuan family have committed a heinous crime by killing the protectors of our Earth Spirit sect. They cannot be forgiven. I think there really is no need for the Tianyuan family to exist. The two of them nodded emotionlessly. Senior Gong said indifferently, Since Junior N thinks there's no need for the Tianyuan family to exist, let's destroy the Tianyuan family. The Tianyuan family has suppressed Junior Yen for so long, so it's time for them to pay the price. This Jianshan does have some ability. It'll probably take some time to kill him if we fight him alone. Whatever. Protector Gong and I will deal with him together. The 3 of you are responsible for dealing with the other people from the Tianyuan family. However, do not destroy the provincial city. This is Junior Yan's territory after all, said Senior Wu. He looked in the direction of the Wainer clan, and he smiled faintly. Junior Yan's talent really is great. He's about to break through to mid-overgod. Let's move quickly. Once Junior Yen emerges, we'll give the head of the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan to Junior Yen as a gift. The protectors of the Earth Spirit sect discussed among themselves. With just a few words, they sentenced the Tianyuan family to death. They did not treat Jianshan seriously at all. Killing intent rose up in Jianshan's heart when he heard their conversation. He said coldly, Everyone, I've already shown mercy earlier and did not take their lives. If you still don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless. The 2 late overgods of the Earth Spirit sect laughed. Protector Gong sneered, Just you? You're just an overgod of a divine kingdom. You're just a commoner, yet you dare to speak to us like that without any shame? Let me see just what you're capable of." With that, a powerful pulse of energy radiated from Protector Gong like a tidal wave. At that moment, Protector Gong's presence surged into the sky. It was extremely shocking. He formed a seal with his hands, and a blazing flame rose from his body, giving off a terrifyingly high temperature. Strands of divine fire laws intertwined, gathering around his body. The flames burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, they went from red to golden yellow. Terrifying energy shook up the surroundings, causing the ground to sink. Even the lofty walls of the provincial city trembled. "Seal of scarlet flames!" Protector Gong bellowed out. He seemed to have become the sun in the sky, shining with dazzling light. He charged towards Jianchen like he was unstoppable. The terrifying heat was like a furnace of the world, causing the space there to distort. He used a powerful battle skill right from the start, using his full strength without holding back at all. He wanted to end the battle quickly so that he could show the might of the Earth Spirit sect. At the same time, Protector Wu moved as well. He wielded a huge, two-handed sword that shone with a golden light. He also used a powerful battle skill. The laws of metal revolved around the huge sword as he directly swung it out. The strike contained all the power of laws and energy that had accumulated on the huge sword. The power of laws that belonged to late overgods fused with the surging origin energy, forming a thin, golden thread. The energy within the thread was compressed through a special method through the battle skill, so the energy within the golden thread was so great that it was enough to cause the expressions of many late overgods to change. The two protectors both knew the powerful battle skills of the Earth Spirit sect. Neither of them were weaker than Yang Kai, so there were very few late overgods who were their opponent. Daluo's sword. Jianchen formed a seal with his hand, and a golden strand of sword chi condensed above his head. It shot towards Protector Wu with shocking speed. At the same time, he bellowed out at the sky. His hair fluttered without any wind as battle intent surged. The startling rainbow sword shone brightly as the power of the laws of the sword revolved around him. He seemed to have fused with his sword, shooting towards Protector Gong aggressively as a streak of light. Jianchen moved extremely quickly, shooting through the air like a streak of light. All the origin energy that stood in his way was shattered. As the three of them struck out, the two mid-overgods directly charged into the provincial city of the Dong'an province. Cold killing intent shone from their eyes as they made their way towards the Tianyuan family. The last mid-overgod stood in front of the two people whose heads had just been reattached. P.S. I'm going to rest early tonight. I'll shut myself up in a dark room tomorrow and write as much as I can. Also, you can pay attention to Xiaoyao's reputation. Search, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Chapter 1907. The five protectors of the Earth Spirit sect had an extremely clear division of work. The two most powerful protectors would deal with Jianchen, one of the remaining three would protect the two injured protectors, and the last two would directly charge towards the Tianyuan family. They wanted to wipe out the entire Tianyuan family. The formations around the provincial city had already been activated. A barrier of light descended to protect the entire city. Although the Tianyuan clan had spent a great deal of effort to strengthen the formation around the provincial city, making it reach the level of overgods, it was only enough to block the attacks of early overgods. Now that it faced the two mid-overgods from the Earth Spirit sect, the formation was naturally unable to stop them at all. It was destroyed by the two women without any effort at all. The two women from the Earth Spirit sect radiated with icy cold presences. They flew towards the Tianyuan clan aggressively with killing intent. Boom! A deafening sound rang out from outside the city. Jianchen had already engaged in an intense battle with Protector Gong and Protector Wu. The golden strand of Daluo's sword collided with Protector Wu's battle skill, and it exploded in a single instance. The powerful origin energy and laws of metal within it expanded, forming an extremely great storm of energy that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to sink. A violent storm of energy slammed against the walls of the Dong, an province, as a terrifying shockwave. Immediately, huge cracks appeared on the towering walls. If it were not for the fact that the city walls were extraordinary, constructed from extremely tough materials and engraved with countless complicated and profound formations, just the shock wave alone would have been enough to make the walls collapse. Protector Wu shone with dazzling golden light as the laws of metal revolved around him, blocking the powerful shock wave of energy. However, at this moment, Protector Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Disbelief filled his face. A golden strand of sword qi tore through the air before him, directly tearing through the storm of energy and shooting towards Protector Wu. How is this possible? My battle skill is actually unable to withstand this sword qi. Protector Wu was greatly shocked. His presence had already been locked onto by the Daluo sword qi, so he could not dodge. He could only receive the sword qi head-on. However, time was of the essence at this moment, and he had no time to make a move. The only thing he could do was to use the giant sword in his hand to block in front of him. At the same time, the law of metal on his body became extremely dense. An armor formed from the power of origin appeared on his body. The law of metal intertwined and formed a net that covered his armor. Boom! A second boom rang out. After destroying Protector Wu's battle skill, the Daluo sword struck Protector Wu's huge sword with thunderous force. Protector Wu only felt a shockingly powerful force pass through the golden sword qi, causing his body to tremble violently. His hands that gripped the sword became numb as the powerful force pushed him back. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword qi surged forward, enveloping Protector Wu's entire body. The power of rules that belonged to the way of the sword clashed with the laws of metal on his body, creating a series of dull sounds. The laws of the sword were one of the most powerful ways in terms of attack. It was even more powerful than the laws of metal that Protector Wu had comprehended. The laws of metal that permeated his surroundings dispersed at a visible rate, forcefully ground away by the laws of the sword. It left behind slashes on his body, and the armor condensed from the origin energy had almost collapsed. Protector Wu could not help but gasp when he personally comprehended the power of the Daluo sword qi. He was filled with shock. How is the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan so powerful? Protector Wu's face changed. He became extremely stern. In an open clash, just a strand of sword qi from the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan had almost injured him. He found this to be unbelievable. Although the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan had beheaded 2 early overgods in a single stroke before, Protector Wu did not pay too much attention to it. This was because he could do the same thing if he waited for an opportunity. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The clash between the Daluo sword qi and Protector Wu only happened in a split second. It was extremely short. At the same time, Jianshan fused with his sword, turning into a huge strand of sword qi that collided with Protector Gong's sun. A rumble erupted between the two of them. Sword qi filled the sky as scattered sword qi scattered in all directions. The startling rainbow sword shone brightly as it shot through the air with a streak of light, directly piercing through Protector Gong's sun. The sun began to tremble violently, flickering in and out of existence. However, strands of the laws of fire condensed from the space there, stabilizing the sun. First transformation of the Scarlet Flame Guardian Seal, Guardian Hand. Protector Gong's voice rang out. Flames burned fiercely within the sun, causing the temperature in the surroundings to suddenly skyrocket. With that, a huge hand completely condensed from flames extended out from the sun. It was covered in golden flames as it slammed towards Jianshan with the might of the world and the mysteries of ways. When the hand fell, a mysterious power appeared. It interweaved with the laws and resonated with the ways, sealing up the space around Jianchen and isolating him from the outside world. Jianchen shone with dazzling white light. He protected himself with light as the chaotic force within him surged rapidly. Chaotic force coiled around the startling rainbow sword in his hand as well, shining with chaotic light. At that moment, his vital energies rose to the peak. He seemed to have fused with the startling rainbow sword. As he swung his sword chi poured down like a waterfall, turning into a streak of light that shot towards Protector Gong's hand of golden light. Whether it was Protector Gong or Protector Wu, both of them were extremely powerful. The battle skills they used were all of extraordinary quality. With the strength they had displayed right now, they had completely surpassed Yang Kai. There were very few people who could be their opponent at the same level as them. However, Jianchen cultivated the chaotic body. Coupled with the laws of the sword that were known to possess the greatest offensive prowess, he was even more powerful than them. With a single slash, the surroundings dimmed. Before the attack, Protector Gong's guardian hand shattered loudly. When the sword chi passed by, it directly severed the guardian hand. The sun that Protector Gong had transformed into shook violently. Vaguely there was a grunt. Clearly, Protector Gong had been affected slightly by Jianchen's attack. On the other hand, even though Jianchen was protected by light, making it impossible to tell what he was doing, his presence did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. He became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. How is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan so powerful? The strength he has displayed right now is probably enough to rank him on the Overgod's plaque. The divine kingdom of Pingtian is just a tiny place. It lacks resources, so how can it give birth to such an expert? Protector Gong was secretly surprised as well. He and Protector Wu had actually failed to gain the upper hand against the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan when they worked together. This outcome had exceeded their expectations. After severing the guardian hand, Jianchen did not waste any more time with Protector Gong and Protector Wu. He turned into a streak of light and chased after the two women who had gone to the Tianyuan family with surging killing intent. At this moment, the defensive formations of the Tianyuan family had been completely activated. All the elders had emerged from seclusion and gathered together sternly. Houston, Siyu, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and Xiongzhong from the world of Forsaken Saints had all emerged from seclusion in the forbidden grounds of the back courtyard. They all looked in the direction of the provincial city sternly. Shangguan Mu had emerged as well. The powerful presence of an overgod began to accumulate. She was ready to take action at any time. Chapter 1908. Piss off! Jianchen bellowed out furiously. A vicious light flickered in his eyes as he opened up a path with the startling rainbow sword. Every strike possessed the power of laws, and every strike was compatible with the laws of the world. When it came in contact with Protector Wu's laws of metal, it destroyed all obstructions. Protector Wu swung his huge sword rapidly. Energy surged as laws appeared. Powerful battle skills shook up the surroundings as he fought against Jianchen with all his strength, keeping Jianchen busy. Protector Wu fought with great difficulty. He was extremely stern, and his face had already paled. The protector robes that belonged to the Earth Spirit sect had already been ripped apart. In just a short amount of time, his body was covered in sword slashes and blood. Jianchen formed a seal and used the Daluo sword again. It pierced Protector Wu's protective light and landed on his body. A muffled sound was heard. Protector Wu was sent flying by this sword strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was seriously injured. The sword chi did not pierce his body. He had blocked it with his huge sword, but even with that being the case, he was heavily injured. How is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan so powerful? He's unstoppable. Is there any overgod who can be his opponent with such battle prowess? No, I can't let him catch up to the two juniors, or we won't be able to save them in time. Protector Wu was shocked. He immediately fished out the healing pills of the Earth Spirit sect and consumed them before charging over again. Jianchen was concerned about the Tianyuan family, so he was in no mood to tangle with Protector Wu. After repelling Protector Wu with a single strike, he wanted to return to the clan as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, a hand covered in golden flames and condensed with the power of the laws of fire appeared behind Jianchen. It struck towards Jianchen with lightning speed. Protector Gong had appeared silently behind Jianchen. His eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. Cold light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. They were extremely cold. Protector Gong and Protector Wu did everything they could to stop him from returning so that they could buy time for the two mid-overgods. They seemed like they were determined to wipe out the Tianyuan family, which had already made Jianchen become filled with killing intent. The light around Jianchen shone even brighter as chaotic force surged through him, filling every inch of his body. He pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. Jianchen did not dodge the palm strike from Protector Gong. Instead, he used his back to receive it. Protector Gong's golden flames surged into the sky. He struck Jianchen's protective sword light with terrifying heat, piercing through it. However, after piercing through the layer of light, the laws of fire that Protector Gong had condensed in his hand had been completely depleted as well. Only 50% of the palm strike's power remained. In the end, he only used 50% of his strength to hit Jianchen's back. Bang! With a muffled sound, all the power condensed in Protector Gong's hand exploded violently on Jianchen's back. It knocked Jianchen far away. Protector Gong could not help but smile happily after succeeding. Jianchen had used his body to receive the power of his palm strike. Even though the power had weakened drastically after breaking through the protective sword light, the remaining power was still extremely great. No matter how powerful an overgod was, they would be heavily injured after receiving the strike. However, Protector Gong's complacent expression suddenly froze in the next moment. His eyes widened as he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. His eyes had actually become slightly stunned. He discovered that Jianchen remained the same as before after receiving his palm strike. He was brimming with energy, and his presence had not weakened at all. He did not seem injured at all. Instead, he charged towards the provincial city with even greater speed, chasing after his two junior sisters with lightning speed. It was as if his palm strike was not meant to injure Jianchen at all. Instead, it seemed like it was meant to help Jianchen approach the two junior sisters even faster. How is this possible? He was clearly struck by my palm strike. It's impossible for him to remain uninjured. Protector Gong struggled to believe this. He had struck Jianchen after so much difficulty, but he discovered that he had failed to injure him at all. It was a heavy blow to him. Even in the Earth Spirit sect, Protector Gong's strength was one of the best among the overgods. He was rather proud, but as soon as he came to a tiny place like the divine kingdom of Pingtian, he suffered setbacks time and time again. The two women who charged towards the Tianyuan family also discovered Jianchen's pursuit. Jianchen was just too fast. With their strength as mid-overgods, it was impossible for them to wipe out the Tianyuan family before Jianchen arrived. Feng Xia, go wipe out the Tianyuan family. I'll stop him, one of the women said coldly. One of the women said coldly. She held a fan and swung it with all her might. Dense strands of sword qi shot toward Jianchen. Each strand of sword qi was only the size of a finger. They were as dense as rain and possessed the power of the laws of the sword. Jianchen stabbed out with his sword. The startling rainbow sword shone brightly, and the sword qi from the fan disintegrated when they came in contact with the light from the startling rainbow sword. Afterwards, a streak of light shot out from the startling rainbow sword. With a flash of white light, the streak of light directly pierced the woman's chest. Blood spurted from the woman's mouth. Blood spurted out from her chest like a fountain, falling down like rain. The blood of an overgod splattered across the sky like a bloody rain, dyeing the streets of the provincial city red. Junior Sister Chen. Protector Wu and Protector Gong cried out. The two of them had already caught up, keeping Jianchen busy once again. The three of them engaged in an intense battle above the provincial city. Terrifying ripples of energy shook up the surroundings, wreaking havoc in the surroundings as storms. When they reached the ground, many buildings collapsed. The city was in a state of chaos. Everyone was running like crazy. Everyone was using all their strength to push their speed to the limit. These were the ripples of energy that erupted from a battle between late overgods. Even gods could not withstand it, let alone many of the people who had not even reached godhood. Jianchen was kept busy by Protector Wu and Protector Gong, so he was unable to break free immediately. It was difficult for him to break free and heavily injure the last woman as well. At this moment, a strand of sword qi surged into the sky. A dark, metal sword shot into the sky from a street in the provincial city, directly attacking the last female protector. Jianchen, don't worry about the two of them. Leave the two women to me. Shen Jian's voice rang out. As he said that, he struck Keia's back with his palm, sending Keia flying with a gentle force. At the same time, he called out, "Go back to the clan." After sending off Keia, Shen Jian rose up from the ground. Light flickered on his body as he shot into the sky with surging sword qi. With the dark metal sword in hand, he began to fight the female protector. The female protector whose chest had been pierced by Jianchen was still alive. She raised her head and glanced at Shen Jian, who was locked in battle with Feng Xia, before looking at Keia, who had been sent far away by Shen Jian's palm strike. A sliver of coldness appeared in her eyes. Where did this overgod come from? How dare you stick your nose into other people's business and get in the way of us destroying the Tianyuan family? I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price. Since you pushed away that ant that's only as strong as the Holy Emperor before the battle with Feng Xia, that Holy Emperor must hold quite a place in your heart. Oh right, I think I saw you guarding that woman the entire time in the sky. Chapter 1909. Jianchen and Shen Jian both noticed the protector who charged towards Keia. However, the two of them were currently busy with their opponents, so they were unable to break free immediately. Even if they could shake off their opponents temporarily, it would be too late for them to save the protector. Keia was not far away from the female protector. With her cultivation as a mid-overgod, she arrived before Keia in just a few seconds. She waved her fan gently and produced a rain of sword qi that enveloped Keia. Keia's eyes suddenly narrowed. In this moment of life and death, she did not become flustered at all. Instead, she stared at the sword qi the protector had sent out with shining eyes. She was only a holy emperor right now, so she was as puny as an ant before a mid-overgod. Not only was it impossible for her to survive the attacks of a mid-overgod, but she could not even grasp their movements. However, to her shock, she discovered that she could see every single movement of the female protector with great clarity. At that moment, the flow of time seemed to become extremely slow in her eyes. She could clearly see the trajectory of the raindrop-like sword qi from the female protector's fan, approaching her like a rain of light. Unfortunately, although Keia could see everything clearly, she was just too weak. She did not even have the ability to dodge the attack. She knew very well what would happen to her if the sword qi struck her. She would have no chance of survival at all. Let alone the destruction of her soul, she would not even be able to leave her body intact. However, in the face of death, her heart became extraordinarily calm, and her expression did not change in the slightest. If Jianchen saw the current Keia, he would definitely become doubtful because the current Keia was completely different from the Keia he knew in the past. He was still the same person, but his state of mind and aura seemed to have become a completely different person. Arg! Jianchen roared out furiously as he fought against Protector Gong and Protector Wu in the air. Killing intent surged from him as his presence was extremely shocking. At that moment, his eyes had become silver-white as they shone with sharp sword qi. Keia was in danger. He was already prepared to use the profound sword qi to directly kill the female protector. At the same time, Shangguan Mu Er's face suddenly changed in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. She sat in the air, and the zither of the demonic cry silently appeared. She placed it across her knees and was about to save Kea. At that moment, she could no longer care about Jianshin's warning about her hiding her strength. However, just when Jianshin was about to use the profound sword qi and Shangguan Mu was about to pluck the zither, an azure light suddenly appeared. It arrived before Kea before Jianshin and Shangguan Mu, turning into a huge azure disk that blocked Kea's path. Ding 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 ding. The sword qi struck the azure disk like rain, producing a string of clinks. All the sword qi shattered when they collided with the disk, turning into powerful pulses of energy that wreaked havoc in the provincial city. It knocked away all the buildings in the surroundings, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Qianlong. Jianshin's eyes narrowed. He used the senses of his soul to observe the situation below. He saw everything clearly, and he immediately became stunned. He had never thought that Master Qianlong would actually save Kea at such a crucial moment. Shangguan Mu was stunned as well in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. She stared in Kea's direction and slowly stowed the zither of the demonic cry away. Master Qianlong stood leisurely behind the azure disk. He extended his right hand and controlled the 3-meter-wide azure disk to hover there. No matter how violent the storm of energy was, it was blocked by the disk easily. Who are you? Do you want to become enemies with our Earth Spirit sect as well? The female protector was furious. Her face was extremely sunken. They had come to wipe out the Tianyuan family to avenge their junior yen, but who would have thought that they would be obstructed time and time again? It made her extremely furious. Was the divine kingdom of Pingtian trying to rebel? They were just a tiny piece of land, yet overgods had appeared one after another to stop them. Master Qianlong waved his hand, and the azure disk hovered above his head. He stared at the female protector with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Old man doesn't want to become enemies with the Earth Spirit sect. It's just that this person is old man's friend. As long as the old man is here, your protectors won't be able to touch a single hair on her." Master Qianlong was extremely conceited. He did not treat the 7 protectors with any importance at all. However, he did possess the strength to back up his arrogance. If he had the time to cast down formations, he would even be able to kill the Divine King. Daluo Sword. Tai Sword Technique. On the other side, Jianshin had already struck out with his full strength. The golden Daluo Sword Qi knocked Protector Wu's huge sword away and tore through his protective light. It pierced through his chest and emerged from his back. Protector Wu grunted as blood spurted from his mouth. He was blown away like a cannonball. He was extremely heavily injured. At the same time, Jianshin fused with his sword and fused with his soul. Sword qi gathered around him as he turned into a sword. He shot towards Protector Gong as a streak of light. Second transformation, Vajra's foot. Protector Gong used his battle skill again. An extremely huge foot condensed below him. It stomped towards Jianshin with the might of the battle skill and the might of the world. The second transformation was even more powerful than the first transformation. As the foot stomped down from the sky, the space below seemed to be compressed, producing a series of muffled explosions, causing ripples to appear in the space and distorting one's line of sight. Jianshin showed no fear. Using his body as a sword, he charged forward fearlessly with a monstrous presence. His battle prowess was shocking. Boom! With a great sound, the two of them collided. Terrifying shockwaves filled the sky, causing the world to pale. Protector Gong's foot collapsed loudly, while Jianshin used his body as a sword to cut through the shockwaves. His might did not decrease at all as he shot towards Protector Gong like a bolt of lightning. Protector Gong grunted as he retreated. His face was red and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. That was not all. Blood even dripped from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. He was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices right now. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not dare to stop at all. His face had become unprecedentedly stern, and the laws of fire rapidly gathered between his hands. His blazing red hands gradually turned a scarlet gold color. They seemed like metal, and they pulsed with terrifying energy. His hands basically slammed down with all the origin energy in his body to stop Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes were cold. With a sweep of sword chi, he directly wrapped around Protector Gong's arms. Blood splattered as Protector Gong's arms were severed. Blood dyed the sky red. Protector Gong grunted in extreme pain. The muscles on his face twisted as large beads of sweat covered his forehead. His face was extremely pale. Chapter 1910. Jianshen. Protector Gong bellowed out furiously. His eyes had become bloodshot as he roared out furiously. Jianshen had completely destroyed his arms. If he wanted to recover them, he would need quite a lot of time and effort. He might even be heavily injured. Moreover, Protector Gong only possessed the strength of a late overgod now that his arms had been severed, but he had lost the ability to fight. The laws of fire that had condensed on him had already dispersed. He, who had transformed into a sun through the laws of fire, had already revealed his true appearance. His body was covered in vicious and terrifying sword wounds. He was bathed in blood, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and he seemed rather weak. Now, both Protector Gong and Protector Wu were heavily injured. They were in an extremely horrible shape. They were not like Jianshen, who possessed a tough body like the chaotic body. As a result, their battle prowess had plummeted after being heavily injured. They were nowhere near their peak condition. However, Jianshen did not plan on letting them go. He swung the startling rainbow sword in his hand, and 2 huge streaks of sword chi shot through the air. The streaks of sword chi struck Protector Gong and Protector Wu once again, causing them to vomit blood. Their wounds became even more severe, and they had completely lost the power to continue fighting. Senior Gong and Senior Wu have actually been defeated. They can't even defeat the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan when they work together. They can't even injure him. How is this possible? This can't be real. In the distance, the only protector of the Earth Spirit sect who did not take part in the battle stared at the 2 early overgods in disbelief. He struggled to accept this reality. In his eyes, even among all the overgods in the Earth Spirit sect, Protector Gong and Protector Wu stood at the very peak. They were extremely close to the Divine King's level of cultivation. As a matter of fact, they were only a tiny step away. However, what happened today had completely overturned his understanding. Protector Gong and Protector Wu, who were so powerful, had actually been defeated by an overgod from a backwater place even when they worked together. Within the county city, Shun Jian held the black iron sword in his hand. Sword chi surged from his body as he fought fiercely with Feng Xia in the air. They had already risen from a height of a few hundred meters to over 10,000 meters. Even though Feng Xia was a mid-overgod and was much more powerful than Shin Jian, who was an early overgod, she was firmly suppressed by Shin Jian when the 2 of them actually clashed. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Could he be a peerless genius from some great sect? Feng Xia was extremely shocked in her heart. Facing Shin Jian's ferocious sword moves that were as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning, she had already gone all out without holding back in the slightest. But even so, she could only barely resist and was exhausted from dealing with it. She had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Below, the woman with the fan wanted to kill Kea, but Chanlong had stopped her. She was furious, so she attacked him without any hesitation. However, who was Master Chanlong? He was a renowned formation master. He possessed extremely great mastery over formations, so he only cast down a defensive formation casually, easily nullifying all of the woman's attack. Master Chanlong and Kea stood in the defensive formation with their hands behind their back. They stared at the woman outside leisurely, allowing her to attack the formation tirelessly with a pale face. They did not fight back at all. This formation is under the control of this old man. With your strength, even if you fight for 10,000 years without rest, you won't be able to break this formation. Old man only wants to protect his friends. He doesn't want to become enemies with your Earth Spirit sect, so please don't get involved, Master Chanlong said indifferently. The woman's eyes turned cold when she heard that. She said coldly, I'm helpless against your formation, but you should know that my Earth Spirit sect is filled with talents and experts. Let alone overgods, we even have quite a few divine king elders. If you get in the way of my Earth Spirit sect, we won't spare you. Master Chanlong did not mind the woman's threat at all. He said indifferently, although old man doesn't want to become enemies with your Earth Spirit sect, it's not because he fears your Earth Spirit sect. If you keep getting involved, then old man can only cast down a formation to trap you here. You. The woman's chest heaved heavily from anger. As a mighty protector of the Earth Spirit sect, she was respected no matter where she went in this tiny kingdom. When had she ever been treated like this? However, when she saw how fearless Master Chanlong was, she understood that the old man was not joking with her. She immediately glanced at Chanlong resentfully before flying towards the Tianyuan family. Tianyuan family, all of this was caused by you. I won't stop until I destroy you today. The woman's eyes were filled with killing intent. Killing intent surged in the woman's eyes. Even though she had been struck in the chest by Jian Chen and her strength had decreased, she was still a mid-overgod after all. Wiping out a clan without an overgod was as easy as blowing off dust. However, at this moment, a streak of light shot through the sky with lightning speed. It moved extremely quickly, piercing through the woman's chest before she could even react. Spurt. Blood splattered as the woman grunted. The startling rainbow sword had pierced through her entire body. Jianchen gripped the hilt of the startling rainbow sword with a single hand as he stared at the woman coldly with killing intent. As he exerted force with his right hand, the startling rainbow sword flew into the distance with the woman. In the end, it directly stabbed into the damaged walls, nailing the woman firmly there. Seeing how Jianchen had dealt with his opponent, Shen Jian no longer held back. He struck out as hard as he could, and the dark cloud-stream sword suddenly shook as a visible ripple expanded. The ripple contained terrifying power of destruction. As soon as it came in contact with her, Feng Xia's clothes were immediately ripped to shreds, revealing her petite body. However, her delicate body was already dyed red with blood. Moreover, even the bones in her body were shattered by the sword wave. Now, the battle finally came to an end. 6 of the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect had been heavily injured. Only the mid-overgod who had not taken part in the battle remained. He had become utterly dumbfounded as his face paled. He no longer possessed the courage to continue fighting. How did this happen? How did this happen? The 2 protectors who had been beheaded by Jianchen opened their eyes as well. They stared at the heavily injured Protector Gong and Protector Wu blankly, as well as the woman who had been nailed to the walls by the startling rainbow sword. They trembled in fright. The 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect had actually all fallen to the hands of an overgod clan from a backwater place like the divine kingdom of Pingtian. This was just too great of a blow to them. At this moment, a tremendous presence suddenly surged into the sky from the Wainer clan, enveloping the entire city. Wainer Yen had finally emerged from seclusion after many years of seclusion. He had successfully broken through as well, reaching mid-overgod. However, as soon as Wainer Yan's presence appeared, it suddenly froze. Afterwards, the black-robed Wainer Yen rushed into the sky from the clan. He hovered in the air as he watched all of this in a daze. Disbelief filled his face. Clearly, he was completely cut off from the outside world as he broke through. He had no idea what was happening in the city. Senior Gong, Senior Wu, Senior Feng, Senior Chen, Weiner Yen cried out as he stared at this in disbelief. In particular, when he saw the woman nailed to the walls by Jianchen with the startling rainbow sword, Weiner Yan's eyes became bright red. He was utterly furious. Jianchen, so it's you. You're the one who injured my seniors. Weiner Yen locked onto Jianchen very soon and bellowed out furiously. His presence surged as the laws of strength crisscrossed around him. He charged towards Jianchen aggressively. Jianchen frowned. With a gentle wave of his hand, the laws of strength condensed into a sword. The sword chi shot towards Weiner Yen like a streak of light. Weiner Yen had just broken through to mid-overgod, so his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He struck out with his full strength, using his most powerful attack, but it was not enough to block Jianchen's casual strand of sword chi. Boom! With a boom, Weiner Yen was blown away while vomiting blood. The laws of strength collapsed, dispersing into the surroundings. Not only did his breakthrough fail to close the gap between him and Jianchen, but the gap instead grew wider and wider. No, how can this be? This is impossible. This is impossible. Blood oozed from the corner of Weiner Yan's mouth. He knelt on one knee as he murmured to himself dejectedly. After breaking through, he was confident that he could fight against Jianchen. He was even confident that he could defeat Jianchen and suppress the Tianyuan family. He could become the ruler of the Dong'an province. However, he discovered that Jianchen had become even more powerful from the clash. He was so powerful that he found it unbelievable. It was a very heavy blow to him. Chapter 1911. Xiao Yen. Xiao Yen. Two worried cries rang out. The two remaining gods of the Weiner clan flew over as quickly as they could from the clan. They had personally witnessed Jianchen defeat Weiner Yen in a single strike, so they were extremely worried. They ignored the dangers here and directly rushed over to Weiner Yan's side. Xiao Yen, are you fine? Xiao Yen, you have to calm down. Don't be rash. From today onwards, let's not become enemies with the Tianyuan family. We don't want the provincial city of the Dong'an province either, the two gods of the Weiner clan said in concern. However, when they reached the end of their sentence, they seemed to lose all their will to fight. They seemed to have aged a lot. In the past few years, Weiner Yen had always been in seclusion, ignoring the matters of the outside world. However, the two of them understood everything that had happened. The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, had fought against the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Kai. In the end, he defeated Yang Kai, who was known as the greatest expert below the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Afterwards, the three overgods of the heavenly demon religion invaded the Ling family in the sword-seeking province and sealed up the entire provincial city. None of the overgods in the divine kingdom of Pingtian dared to say anything when faced with such a situation. Even the imperial family chose to remain silent. However, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, stood forward without any hesitation. He killed his way into the sword-seeking province all by himself and killed the three overgods of the heavenly demon religion with shocking strength. His name spread far and wide. This was a person who did not even fear the heavenly demon religion. Jianchen's great strength and decisive killing had already reached the hearts of the two elders of the Weiner clan. They had no doubt that if the Weiner clan continued to become enemies with the Tianyuan family, they would probably be destroyed in the end. Of course, they still cared about Weiner Yan's safety the most. Although the current Weiner clan possessed the strength of an overgod, the Weiner clan was nothing without Weiner Yan's support. They could not even be regarded as a powerful clan. No, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Weiner Yan growled. His strength had broken through once again. Let alone in the southern region, even with the entire cloud plain in perspective, he was a genius for reaching mid-overgod at such a young age. He should have been in high spirits and enjoying the glory. However, He suffered such a setback. This was a huge blow to him. The black-clothed Shen Jian arrived before Jianchen with a black sword on his back. He glanced at the heavily injured protectors of the Earth Spirit sect who lay on the ground and frowned. You can't kill these people. If you kill them, there'll be huge problems. Jianchen nodded slightly. He understood that as well, which was why he only heavily injured the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect when he fought against them. He did not kill any of them. The Earth Spirit sect was different from the Heavenly Demon religion. The Heavenly Demon religion was a demonic religion. Although it was far more powerful than the Earth Spirit sect, the Heavenly Demon religion did not have a good reputation on the Cloud Plane. It was a religion that all the large organizations on the Cloud Plane rejected. Once the Heavenly Demon religion did anything drastic or cross the line, the large organizations would not just stand by and watch. They would definitely step forward to stop them. The Earth Spirit sect, on the other hand, was a righteous sect. If he killed the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect, even if the protectors had provoked him first, the Earth Spirit sect would have an extremely legitimate reason to deal with the Tianyuan family. Even the Divine King would not be able to stop them. Half of the provincial city of the Dong, an province, has been destroyed because of them. The remaining half has been reduced to ruins and has changed beyond recognition. Even if they're protectors of the Earth Spirit sect, they have to pay the price for all of this. Jianchen said emotionlessly. A golden thread silently appeared on his wrist. The golden thread was the primordial godsilk that had been snapped in half after destroying the crisis of the world on the Tianyuan continent. The primordial godsilk was an extremely precious treasure of the world. Even in the saints' world and the immortals' world, it was a material that stood at the very peak. Unfortunately, the primordial godsilk had already been snapped. With Jianchen's current strength, he was nowhere close to being able to reconnect it, let alone use it to forge an artifact. As a result, the primordial godsilk was basically useless to him. Suddenly, the primordial godsilk around Jianchen's wrist extended endlessly. One end remained around Jianchen's wrist, while the other end shot towards the protectors like a snake. The heavily injured protectors of the Earth Spirit sect were unable to put up any resistance at all. Their bodies were firmly bound by the primordial godsilk, and they were all tied up. In particular, the woman who had been pinned to the wall by the startling rainbow sword was directly pulled down in an extremely brutal manner after being bound by the primordial godsilk. Her body passed through the hilt of the sword, creating a fist-sized hole in her chest. You dare to treat this protector like this? This protector will definitely not forgive you. The woman with the fan screamed. She was extremely furious. The only protector who had not taken part in the battle saw that the situation was bad. He immediately took out a teleportation formation disc in an attempt to flee. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he sensed his intentions. The startling rainbow sword immediately flew out from the wall and stabbed into the teleportation formation disc with lightning-like speed, destroying it on the spot. In the next moment, the primordial godsilk extended over and tied up the protector as well. The 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect had all been tied up now. Jianchen, release my seniors. Wainer Yan's face paled when he saw this. He said through gritted teeth. Jianchen turned a deaf ear to Wainer Yan's furious roars. However, at this moment, Jianchen's face changed, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. The space there pulsed gently, and the Grand Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian appeared there silently. Jianchen, it's best if you let them go. The Grand Imperial Protector concealed his presence, and said to Jianchen in a friendly manner. His gaze was rather mixed. Let them go. Jianchen's face sank when he heard that. He said, Grand Imperial Protector, look at what the provincial city has become. The 7 of them acted recklessly in our provincial city just because they're protectors of the Earth Spirit sect. A perfectly fine provincial city has been reduced to ruins, and countless people have been injured. They even say that they want to wipe out my Tianyuan family. Is my Tianyuan family so easy to bully? The Grand Imperial Protector sighed. Jianshan, you must understand that the 7 of them can't be directly killed like the 3 overgods from the heavenly demon religion. Moreover, our divine kingdom of Pingtian is currently facing the threat of the heavenly demon religion. We need to consider the bigger picture at this crucial moment. We can't let our internal conflicts get the better of us. Our primary objective is to fend off the heavenly demon religion. The 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect have come to assist our divine kingdom of Pingtian in fending off the heavenly demon religion. The Grand Imperial Protector tossed a space ring to Jianshan and said, "There are some divine crystals and many healing pills in there. Just treat it as compensation for the losses of the provincial city. Jianshan, just treat it as giving me some face and letting them go." Chapter 1912. Jianshan caught the space ring that the Grand Imperial Protector tossed over and sent the senses of his soul in to check. There were only 2 items in the space ring, which were divine crystals and pills. However, both the divine crystals and pills were piled up like mountains. There were so many of them that they were stacked neatly. In particular, the divine crystals that had been piled up into a small mountain were so numerous that even Jianshan became amazed. "I'm afraid there are at least 1 billion divine crystals here, or even more." Jianshan was secretly surprised. Even though he was used to seeing divine crystals, he could not help but be shocked when he saw such a tremendous amount. The only pity was that the divine crystals were all low-grade divine crystals. As a result, 1 billion low-grade divine crystals was only equivalent to 10 million mid-grade divine crystals or 100,000 high-grade divine crystals. 10,000 divine crystals were equivalent to a block of high-grade divine crystals, so 100,000 high-grade divine crystals were equivalent to 10 blocks of high-grade divine crystals. This was equivalent to the entire wealth of most overgod clans. Moreover, the healing pills that had also piled up into a mountain were the same as the divine crystals. They were not of particularly high grade, but they possessed extremely obvious effects. The divine crystals were used to compensate for the losses of the provincial city and to rebuild it. Clearly, the healing pills were for the people who had been injured in the battle. Jianshan understood from the items in the space ring that the Grand Imperial Protector had come prepared. He had prepared everything beforehand. After all, gathering such a tremendous amount of resources was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. Jianshan held the space ring silently for a while before saying, "Since the Grand Imperial Protector has asked for mercy, I'll let this matter slide for now. However, while you can avoid death, you still need to be punished. Even if you're protectors of the Earth Spirit sect, you still need to pay a price for destroying my Dong and province." With that, Jianshan extended his finger, and in a single moment, 6 strands of sword chi shot towards the foreheads of 6 of them. Every single strand of sword chi was the size of a needle. The protectors were trapped, so they were unable to dodge Jianshan's attack at all, let alone block it. The sword chi easily pierced through their skin, piercing through their foreheads and into their heads, injuring their primordial spirits. Arg! The 6 heavily injured protectors could not help but cry out in pain. They were all haggard and extremely weak. Jianshan had controlled the strength of the sword chi perfectly, injuring them but not killing them. It would be extremely difficult for them to recover from the injuries to their souls. Unless there was a heavenly material or earthly treasure that specialized in healing wounds of the primordial spirit, or a healing panacea. However, both of these items were extremely valuable. "You've actually injured our souls. Once our master comes, he definitely won't spare you." The woman with the fan stared at Jianshan in resentment as she said through gritted teeth. The other protectors also stared at Jianshan furiously. From their gazes, they were basically tempted to drink Jianshan's blood and eat Jianshan's flesh. The only protector who had not taken part in the battle had become utterly terrified. He dared not say anything at all. Perhaps it was because he had not taken action, so Jianshan did not target him specifically and did not injure his soul. Afterwards, Jianshan removed the restraints of the primordial godsilk, allowing the 7 protectors to regain their freedom. The Grand Imperial Protector glanced at the black-robed Shen Jian deeply before glancing at Master Chanlong, who stood before Kea in the provincial city. Afterwards, he left with the 7 protectors. Weiner Yen naturally did not stay behind either. He left with the Grand Imperial Protector. His seniors had stood up for him, but they were all heavily injured in the end, so he had to go and take care of them. The 2 gods from the Weiner clan naturally did not remain in the provincial city after seeing how the Earth Spirit sect had caused such a great disturbance. They followed Weiner Yen to the royal city. The provincial city recovered its peace once again. However, the ripples of energy from the battle from before still lingered in the air. Wild winds whistled through the air above the provincial city. Jianshan turned around and looked at the damaged city walls. He could not help but sigh as a sliver of helplessness appeared on his face. At this moment, Mo Ling, Ando Fu, Nanyun Tong, and the other gods flew out from the city. They all gathered beside Jianshan as they stared at Jianshan in admiration and admiration. Houston, Siyu, Shao Jin, Shao Ling, Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and so on emerged from the Forbidden Grounds as well. They also gathered over. However, Shangguan Mu did not appear. "Brother, are we just going to let them go like this?" Siyu asked. He was extremely unwilling to just let them go. Powerful battle intent radiated from him without any restraint. "Sob, they're just too bad. They've destroyed our home." Shao Ling sobbed like a child who had been wronged. Her face was filled with heartache. The other people all expressed their concern as well. "The matter between us and the Earth Spirit sect hasn't ended yet. Let's all return first," Jianshan said to everyone. He knew extremely well that the larger a sect was, the more they cared about their reputation. Today, the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect had actually been defeated by an overgod clan in a backwater place like the divine kingdom of Pingtian. They probably would not just let this matter go. What happened today was just the beginning. Jianshan directly went to find Kea in the provincial city. He felt extremely mixed emotions as he looked at Master Chanlong who stood beside Kea. He knew that if it were not for Master Chanlong's protection, Kea would have probably died. Master Chanlong had saved Kea's life today. "Chanlong, no matter what, I still have to thank you for what happened today," Jianshan said to Chanlong. Chanlong said calmly, "This has nothing to do with you. Old man was only protecting his friend." Afterwards, Master Chanlong looked at Kea. He said with a gentler voice, "Kea, the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion are about to attack the divine kingdom of Pingtian. It's no longer safe for you to remain here. Why don't you leave with me?" "Chanlong, although I thank you for saving Kea, don't even think about leaving with Kea. Otherwise, I can only make you stay." Before Kea could reply, Jianshan spoke first. He spoke firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. He would never allow Kea to leave with someone he had just met. Moreover, he always felt like Master Chanlong had ulterior motives for treating Kea, who was only as strong as the Holy Emperor, as a mighty late overgod. Ignoring the great difference in strength, just how long had the 2 of them known each other? Moreover, there was a 7-colored heaven-devouring beast by Kea's side willingly. He even suspected that Master Chanlong had recognized the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast as a divine beast, which was why he had come into contact with Kea. "Jianshan, I admit that your strength is no longer the same as before, but if old man wants to leave, you won't be able to stop the old man," Master Chanlong replied firmly as he showed no fear either. "Chanlong, Jianshan, stop arguing," Jianshan said. Kea hurriedly stepped forward to stop them when he saw the atmosphere between the 2 of them become more and more tense. He was afraid that the 2 of them would start fighting again. "Chanlong, thank you for saving me, but Jianshan is the most important friend in my life right now. I won't leave him," Kea said seriously. Master Chanlong looked at Kea with brimming interest. After staring at him for a while, he finally sighed gently. Whatever. Since you've chosen to stay, I won't force you. Master Chanlong no longer said anything more. He turned around and made his way out of the provincial city, leaving the provincial city. Jianchen watched him leave just like that. He did not stop him at all. No matter what, Chanlong had saved Kea's life, so he could not continue to deal with him. How strange. I've clearly never seen you before, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Kea was still extremely confused as he stared at Master Chanlong's back. He returned to the Tianyuan family with Jianchen in confusion. Chapter 1913. In the Tianyuan family, Jianchen gathered all the elders in the clan for a meeting. After ordering them to deal with the problems of rebuilding the provincial city and the aftermath, he passed the space ring the Grand Imperial Protector had given him to Mo Ling. He got Mo Ling, Ando Fu, Nanyun Tong, and the other elders to take care of the repairs. All the losses that the shops suffered this time would be deducted from the space ring the Grand Imperial Protector had given him. In addition, even those who were injured would be given healing panacea. None of them were left out. Depending on the severity of their injuries, they would receive different amounts of healing panacea. In short, the items that the Grand Imperial Protector had given to Jianchen to make up for the losses in the provincial city had all been distributed by Jianchen. Not only was there nothing left, but the Tianyuan family had also given away quite a lot of divine crystals and healing pills. The Tianyuan family had basically shown the utmost care to the people of the provincial city during this matter, which immediately won them great praise. As a result, everyone in the city felt respect and love for the Tianyuan family from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, the news of the battle between the Tianyuan family and the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect spread like wildfire in an extremely short amount of time. It caused an uproar in many divine kingdoms in the surroundings before reaching the Heavenly Moon Empire in the end. It even spread even further. This piece of news was just too shocking to many people. Not only had a clan with an overgod managed to fend off the attacks of the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect, but they had even emerged victorious in the end, achieving an extremely glorious result. In particular, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, fought against 2 late overgods of the Earth Spirit sect all by himself. Not only did he not lose the upper hand, but he even achieved victory in a crushing manner. He was completely unscathed, defeating his opponents without being injured. Many people believed that the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan possessed the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque with this strength. It was also because of this that Jianchen gradually became an influential figure in the nearby region. The Overgod's plaque recorded the 3,000 most powerful overgods across the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saints' world. Once someone made it onto the Overgod's plaque, their status would skyrocket. Many large organizations and sects would fight over them. Even some extremely ancient organizations would extend an olive branch to them. Without any exaggeration, once someone made it onto the Overgod's plaque, they would become an influential figure across the entire Saints' world. Their names would appear on all the Overgod's plaques across the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planet. Everyone would see them. It was rumored that Jianchen possessed the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque, so he would naturally receive the attention and discussion of many people. As a matter of fact, a few large organizations had already secretly paid attention to him. However, as the person involved, Jianchen had no idea about the disturbance he had caused. He currently locked himself up in a gloomy room deep underground. He held a fist-sized monster core in his hand as he constantly absorbed the energy within it. The monster core was one of the overgod monster cores he had obtained from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. Aside from that, there were a few other monster cores. They were all at the level of overgods. After heavily injuring the protector of the Earth Spirit sect, Jian Chen could foresee that the days ahead would not be peaceful. Now that he had enough resources, he obviously wanted to use this time to increase his strength so that his chaotic body could break through as soon as possible and reach a new level. The repair of the provincial city progressed extremely smoothly while Jianchen was in seclusion. Many Origin Realm experts personally worked, and there were even deities who took part. They all used their abilities, so the repair of the provincial city progressed extremely quickly. In just 3 days, 70% of the damaged city had been repaired. At the same time, 3 special guests were received in the Imperial Palace of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The Grand Imperial Protector personally went to receive them. He invited the 3 of them into the Imperial Palace with a huge smile on his face. He arranged for them to stay in a dazzling hall. "Esteemed guests, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the Evergreen Hall for now. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, please let me know." The Grand Imperial Protector clasped his fist at the 3 of them. He smiled from ear to ear and was extremely polite. "Thank you, Grand Imperial Protector." The 3 of them also clasped their fists at the Grand Imperial Protector politely. They were amiable and did not put on any airs at all. The Grand Imperial Protector left after escorting them to their destination. Meanwhile, the 3 of them entered the dazzling hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect standing there politely. 6 of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, and they had even injured their souls. As a result, all of them were pale, haggard, and weak. Aside from the 7 of them, Weiner Yen happened to be among them as well. He stood in a neat row with the 7 of them. Disciple greets Master, Elder Ma, and Elder Fong. The 7 protectors of the Earth Spirit sect and Weiner Yen all bowed towards the 3 of them. They were extremely respectful, and there was a hint of uneasiness in their expressions. The 3 elders from the Earth Spirit sect were no longer as amicable as when they faced the Grand Imperial Protector. Their faces sank rapidly as they gave off a sense of pressure without being angry. At the same time, they gave off an extremely tremendous presence that was as vast as the ocean, causing the 8 overgods to shiver in fear. "Humph, a bunch of useless things," the middle-aged man on the left said coldly. He stared at them with a sunken face, as if he expected better from them. "There's a total of 8 of you, 8 overgods. Every single one of you knows the battle skills of the sect. That's enough to crush all the overgods working together in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, yet you were defeated by a clan with a mere overgod. You've completely embarrassed our Earth Spirit sect. And the sect master has learnt about this as well. He's very angry. Tell me, how should I explain this to the sect master? Should I say that I'm useless? Or that you're useless? Or that the opponent you faced was just too powerful?" The protectors of the Earth Spirit sect were utterly embarrassed by the middle-aged man's scolding. They stood there blankly, unable to utter a single word. They knew that not only had their failure embarrassed them, but it had also embarrassed the entire Earth Spirit sect. At the same time, they had embarrassed their master. "Elder Mu, what's done is done. It's useless for you to be angry. Your disciples are still injured. It's better to let them heal first." Elder Ma, who was standing in the middle, interceded. The 3 elders were all middle-aged men, but they seemed to follow Elder Ma's lead. "Tell me, is the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan really that capable? How can he injure you like that?" Elder Fong spoke as well. His voice was extremely gentle, like he was bathing in a spring breeze. "Elder Fong, Jianchen is indeed very powerful. Although Protector Gong and I clashed with him a few times, we failed to injure him at all. He basically completely crushed our combined strength, and I can even sense that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan hasn't even used his full strength." Protector Wu bowed. "Senior Wu is right. Jianchen is indeed very powerful. Even with my strength as a mid-overgod, I wasn't his opponent in a single strike. Junior Yen has only just broken through to mid-overgod, and has grasped the laws of strength, one of the most powerful offensive techniques, yet he was also defeated by Jianchen in a single strike. The person who spoke this time was the woman with the fan. After that, she looked at Elder Mu in a pleading manner and said pitifully, "Master, Jianchen is just too despicable. I was nailed to the walls by a single strike from Jianchen. You have to stand up for me. Please destroy Jianchen and destroy the Tianyuan family. Jianchen is very powerful, but he's just an ant in Master's hands. You can crush him effortlessly. Please take action, Master. Please avenge us and make our Earth Spirit sect famous," another woman said. The other female protector also asked for help. She knew that she was not Jianchen's opponent with her strength, so she could only ask for her master's help. Elder Mu's face sank. He snorted coldly, "Do you think you haven't embarrassed yourselves enough? You can't beat him, yet you want me, the mighty divine king, to deal with an over-god. There'll probably be people pointing fingers at me the next day after I destroy the Tianyuan family. Do you think you can redeem the dignity of our Earth Spirit sect just like that? You're just idiot." Elder Mu was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Now, he regretted not accepting these people as his disciples. A while later, Elder Mu slowly calmed down. A vicious light suddenly flashed through his eyes, and he said coldly, "However, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan defeated you and humiliated our Earth Spirit sect. We've become a laughingstock, but he has become famous because of this. Since he dares to use the name of our Earth Spirit sect to increase his fame, we need to make him pay the price. We just need to use a different method. The current divine kingdom of Pingtian is no longer the divine kingdom of Pingtian of the past." Elder Fong nodded in agreement after hearing that. He crossed his arms and said leisurely, "That's right. With our identities, it's not suitable for us to kill our way into the Tianyuan family. Let's not even talk about how other people will mock us after we destroy the Tianyuan family. Just the divine kingdom of Pingtian won't allow something like that to happen. We need to use a method that won't make us a laughingstock when we destroy the Tianyuan family. No matter what, my Earth Spirit sect is a renowned sect in the southern region. How can I just let some random person step on the name of my Earth Spirit sect and let his name spread far and wide?" Chapter 1914. Time passed silently. Naturally, the news of the 3 divine king realm elders of the Earth Spirit sect arriving in Pingtian City could not be kept a secret. The divine kingdom of Pingtian took the initiative to spread the news, calming down the countless people who had become unsettled due to the invasion of the heavenly demon religion. However, the arrival of the 3 divine king realm elders led to another wave of discussion. Many people discussed whether the 3 divine king realm experts of the Earth Spirit sect would personally come and seek justice for the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect who had been injured by Jianchen. Discussions like this swept through the entire divine kingdom. In particular, the Tianyuan family became heavy-hearted when they heard the news. They immediately entered a state of high vigilance. However, in the end, the 3 divine king realm experts of the Earth Spirit sect rarely showed themselves after entering the imperial palace. They did not do what everyone had expected, where they personally went to look for the Tianyuan family regardless of their status. The people of the Tianyuan family naturally became relieved with this outcome. They secretly felt fortunate. As time went on, more and more large organizations sent reinforcements. They all gathered in the imperial palace of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Aside from the Earth Spirit sect, the heavenly moon empire that was closest to the divine kingdom of Pingtian, the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, another sect that stood on the same level as the Earth Spirit sect, had sent 3 divine king realm elders. The imperial family of the heavenly moon empire also sent reinforcements. 2 subjects had come, and they traveled through the streets of the imperial capital in a luxurious carriage. The imperial capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian was now filled with people. Many large organizations in the southern region had come to reinforce it. Some of the residents who lived in the imperial city could clearly feel the oppressive pressure coming from the imperial palace, which made them feel intimidated at first glance. A few days later, groups of envoys left the imperial palace with lightning speed. They hurried to the 6 provincial cities as quickly as they could to pass on the Divine King's orders and summon all the overgods. The Tianyuan family naturally received the decree from the special envoy, but they were all troubled in their hearts and frowned. The patriarch is still in seclusion. What do we do? Should we wake him up? Mo Ling, Ando Fu, Nanyun Tong, and the other elders were at a loss. This was because when Jianchen was in seclusion, he had warned them not to disturb his seclusion unless it was a matter of life and death for the family. How can an audience with the Divine King be more important than my brother's cultivation? His seclusion this time is extremely important to my brother. Do not disturb him. Siyu emerged from the forbidden grounds at this moment and said coldly. He possessed a sense of pride that originated from his very bones. He did not treat the Divine King's summons seriously at all. But the Divine King has ordered the Patriarch to hurry to the Imperial Palace in 3 days. If he doesn't go, Mo Ling and Ando Fu were troubled. If my brother doesn't emerge from seclusion in 3 days, send someone to the Imperial City and tell the Divine King that my brother is at a critical juncture in his seclusion, so he can't go, Siyu said firmly. This. Mo Ling and Ando Fu looked at each other. At this moment, Jianchen sat in a secret room deep underground. He held a fist-sized monster core in his hand as he constantly absorbed the essence within it. This was already the 3rd overgod monster core he had absorbed. The 2 before had provided him with extremely powerful and pure essence. The chaotic Niden in his Dantian had already reached the major achievement of the 10th layer of the chaotic body. He was close to breaking through. If I've guessed correctly, as long as I absorb the monster core in my hand, my chaotic Niden will reach its limit and explode. At that time, it'll be time for me to condense the 11th layer. Once my chaotic body reaches the 11th layer, it means that I possess battle prowess on par with the Divine King. Although I can't be completely free from the threat of the heavenly demon religion with that strength, I'll be able to protect myself a little better at the very least. Jianchen's head churned as he felt some eagerness. However, in the next moment, he cast aside all other thoughts and became completely immersed in cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jianchen still did not emerge from seclusion. With no other choice, the Tianyuan family could only contact the people they had arranged in the imperial city beforehand. At this moment, the experts from the various ancient empires and organizations gathered in a majestic hall within the imperial palace. There were so many of them, several hundred in total. None of them were overgods. Just the Divine King experts among them amounted to over 20. With so many Divine Kings gathered together, the presence they gave off was heavy and terrifying, causing the air in the hall to seem to freeze. Only overgods possessed the ability to remain there under such pressure. Gods were unable to approach them at all. This was even after they had purposefully concealed their presences. Otherwise, the pressure from the terrifying presences of over 20 Divine King experts would be so great that even many overgods would not be able to endure it. Just the Heavenly Moon Empire made up 8 of the 20 or so Divine King experts. The remaining dozen or so came from the other 3 ancient empires. 4 of the 6 ancient empires of the southern region had already sent people to reinforce them. As the Heavenly Moon Empire was the closest to the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, they would become the one that faced the greatest threat from the heavenly demon religion once the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian fell. As a result, the Heavenly Moon Empire had sent the most people. At the very top of the group, the Divine King sat boldly on his throne in his dragon robes. He glanced past the experts gathered below as he thanked them with a gentle voice and a smile. The Divine King experts below did not put on any airs at all. They all smiled as they exchanged pleasantries with the Divine King extremely politely. Their words were filled with flattery. It's said that an impressive overgod has appeared in the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. He easily defeated 2 late overgods from the Earth Spirit sect. Your Majesty, it's impossible for the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian to not become powerful with such an outstanding talent, said a middle-aged man at this moment. He glanced past the 3 elders of the Earth Spirit sect as a profound smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man was also a divine king from the Heavenly Moon Empire. He was an elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds in the Heavenly Moon Empire. His name was Song-go. It's said that the 2 late overgods have been carefully nurtured by the Earth Spirit sect. Not only do they possess powerful battle skills and peak cultivation methods, but they're only a step away from becoming a divine king as well. It's just a pity that the 2 late overgods of the Earth Spirit sect were unable to harm them at all. I wonder who their master is. He's actually so useless and his disciples are so weak. As soon as Song-go finished speaking, a young man immediately added. He looked at the people from the Earth Spirit sect in a provocative manner. The young man was also an elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds in the Heavenly Moon Empire. His name was Chong Bufan. Haha, looks like the talent of this generation of disciples from the Earth Spirit sect really isn't anything special. Otherwise, it's like Elder Chong has said, their master is just too useless. The 3rd elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds said as well. He looked at the 3 elders of the Earth Spirit sect in a provocative manner. The faces of the 3 elders from the Earth Spirit sect were extremely sunken. Although their Earth Spirit sect was one of the 2 great sects of the Heavenly Moon Empire along with the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, their relationship was not harmonious. They constantly fought openly and covertly, suppressing each other. Chapter 1915. Humph. It's said that Jianshan possesses the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. Out of the countless Overgods in the Saints' world, there are only 3,000 people like that. Every single one of them is extremely powerful among those at the same level of cultivation. They're supreme prodigies nurtured by peak organizations. Although our Earth Spirit sect possesses a certain level of strength, it's only limited to the southern region of the Cloud Plain. How can we compare to the supreme prodigies nurtured by peak organizations? Elder Mu stood up and said righteously. As the master of Wainer Yen and the other protectors, he had to stand out and say a few words to save the dignity of the Earth Spirit sect as much as possible after being mocked by the elders of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. He had to protect his own dignity. Afterwards, Elder Mu stared at the 3 elders coldly. He said with a sunken face, "If you think that old man's disciple is useless, you're welcome to have the disciple you're most proud of fight against Jianshan. Let's see whether your disciple is Jianshan's opponent among overgods. If your disciple defeats Jianshan, then old man will admit that his disciple is useless." That's right. You people of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds better watch your mouth. You better have your disciple fight against the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan first. It won't be too late for you to criticize our Earth Spirit sect after you achieve victory. Haha, I'm just afraid that the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds won't have the courage to do that, because they themselves understand that even if they turn over all the overgods in the sect, they won't be able to find a disciple who can defeat the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. They'll only have a chance at victory if they form a killing formation with many overgods. However, our Earth Spirit sect will be able to achieve victory easily if that's the case. The 2 other elders of the Earth Spirit sect did not want to fall behind either. They all retorted. Today, the Divine King Realm experts of several empires had gathered here. They needed to clear the name of the Earth Spirit sect under these circumstances. As a result, even though the 3 of them were very reluctant, they were forced to push Jianshan's strength onto the Overgod's plaque. If the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect were defeated by experts on the Overgod's plaque, it would not be embarrassing at all. let alone their Earth Spirit sect and Taoist sect of calm clouds. None of the organizations that had come today possessed such a prodigy who could take on the Overgod's plaque. However, the three elders of the Taoist sect of calm clouds laughed aloud when they heard what the three elders had said. Song Gus stared at the three elders like they were idiots and sneered. Our Taoist sect of calm clouds isn't as domineering as your Earth Spirit sect, taking the initiative to become enemies with the people on the Overgod's plaque. Our Taoist sect of calm clouds would rather rope in a prodigy like that, so why would we take the initiative to offend him? Only a brainless idiot would do something like that. Elder Song Ji's words made the three elders of the Earth Spirit sect flush with anger. Fury surged within them. Below, the expressions of the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect were ugly as well. This was because the trouble they had caused the three elders of their sect to be openly humiliated by the people of the Taoist sect of calm clouds. This filled them with resentment and shame. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen, all of this happened because of you. I Chun Chun will remember you. I will pay you back 1,000 times over for the humiliation my Earth Spirit sect has suffered in public today. The woman with the fan stood in the center of the crowd as her eyes were extremely cold. At that moment, her killing intent towards Jianchen had truly reached an unprecedented level. The experts in the hall all watched on as if they were watching a show. This was a grievance between the Earth Spirit sect and the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. It had no conflict of interest with them, so they naturally would not interfere. Moreover, as long as there was no great conflict of interest, even a large organization like theirs would not offend any overgod who made it onto the overgod's plaque for no reason. This was because if people like them developed successfully, they would become figures who could reign over an entire region in the future if nothing unexpected happened. However, quite a few people became very interested in the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen. I never thought that in just a few decades, Jianchen would have already become a figure on the overgod's plaque. Wainer Yen was in the crowd as well. He was gathered with a group of overgods as he listened to the evaluations of Jianchen from the elders of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds and the Earth Spirit sect. "Oh right, may I ask if the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is here? Please show yourself." The three of us are filled with admiration for the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. Suddenly, an elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds said to the group of overgods below. He smiled and spoke politely as he glanced around the crowd. With that, many of the elders from the various organizations looked towards the group of overgods. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Only the three elders of the Earth Spirit sect sat there with pale faces. They were furious inside. However, under the watchful eyes of the elders from the various major forces, no one stepped forward. At this moment, an elder of the Tianyuan family entered the hall under the lead of the Royal Divine Army. He told the Divine King that Jianchen was unable to come. Everyone came to a realization when they heard that. They did not pay too much attention to it. However, the three elders of the Earth Spirit sect naturally resented Jianchen after being mocked by the people of the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. Elder Mu immediately snorted coldly. Jianchen sure is haughty. He actually dares to be absent at such an important time. Does he think he's a supreme divine king who has made it onto the divine king's throne? He actually dares to look down on all of us. Since Jianchen possesses the strength to make it onto the overgod's plaque, he definitely won't be an ordinary person when he reaches the level of the divine king. He does have the right to look down on all of us. However, 3 days ago, the divine emperor clearly sent down a divine decree, yet he actually dared to not come. He's not taking the divine emperor seriously at all, said Elder Fong from the Earth Spirit sect calmly. Not only did his words push Jianchen to stand against all the elders present, but it also dragged the Divine King into the matter. The Divine King elders gathered there all sat where they were calmly. Their faces did not change at all. They were not moved at all. Naturally, they understood that the people of the Earth Spirit sect were purposefully targeting Jianchen. They wanted to use everyone's influence to suppress Jianchen. However, with their status and experience, how could they be swayed by a few words from an elder of the Earth Spirit sect and be led around by the nose? Chapter 1916. The absence of the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen, clearly did not affect the meeting at all. As a matter of fact, many people did not take it to heart. None of the experts gathered here today belonged to the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Jianchen's absence in such an important meeting was not a disgrace to them but to the divine king. After all, the divine king was the true ruler of the divine kingdom. However, the divine king did not seem to care at all. If a regular overgod was absent from such an important meeting, he definitely would have been displeased and become furious. However, Jianchen held a rather special position in his heart. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, half a month had already passed. In the provincial city of the Dong'an province, the Tianyuan family behaved as usual. The battle that was about to erupt at the border of the divine kingdom of Pingtian did not seem to affect them too much. However, everyone in the clan remained on high alert during this period of time. The teleportation formation in the forbidden grounds of the back courtyard was ready to be activated at any time. At this moment, a tremendous pressure suddenly radiated from underground in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. In just a single instance, it enveloped the entire place and rapidly expanded outward. At this critical moment, the formations set up in the forbidden grounds were activated. Layers upon layers of formations enveloped the entire forbidden grounds, isolating the powerful presence and sealing it firmly within the forbidden grounds. In the forbidden grounds, Shao Jin, Shao Ling, Houston, Siyu, Shangguan Mu'er Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and Xiongzhong from the world of Forsaken Saints were all gathered together. They all stared at Kea, who stood in the center with their mouths agape. All of them were filled with great shock and disbelief. The appearance of the presence immediately attracted their attention. Only then did they shift their gazes away from Kea and look towards the depths of the forbidden grounds, towards the door that led underground. "Brother's strength has broken through again," Siyu murmured in a low voice. His expression was filled with joy. "Big brother has come out of seclusion. Is he going to leave the clan again?" Shao Ling said in a clear voice, her face full of reluctance. Everyone immediately left the place and headed for Jianchen's seclusion. They were all looking forward to seeing how strong Jianchen would be after his breakthrough. After all, Jianchen was already invincible among overgods before he broke through. It was even rumored that he could be ranked on the tablet of the 3,000 Divine King. In the deepest part of the forbidden area in the backyard of the Tianyuan family, the door that led directly to the depths of the underground slowly opened, finally revealing Jianchen's figure. He had formally reached the 11th layer of the chaotic body now. His entire body was filled with explosive power. This power gave Jianchen great confidence, allowing him to directly challenge Divine King Expert. Divine King Experts were existences that stood at the apex of the divine kingdoms. There were only a handful of them in the vast divine kingdoms. Even in the empires, divine king experts were great figures who could do whatever they wanted. Yet now, Jianchen felt like his current battle prowess could rival the divine king. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through, but he was still unable to control his presence as he wished. Naturally, a tremendous pressure radiated from him. The pressure was so great that the air had basically come to a standstill. Many people waiting outside the secret room found it difficult to breathe, as if they were suffocating. It was as if, at this very moment, they weren't facing a person, but a towering mountain that was unattainable. Merely facing it made them feel insignificant. Is this an overgod or the divine king? That was the thought that crossed the minds of many people at that moment. In particular, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish felt amazed when they saw Jianchen. It could be said that the three of them had personally witnessed Jianchen grow from a puny saint ruler to his current level. Jianchen, you've finally emerged. You better check on Kea, Shangguan Mu said in a hurry. Shangguan Mu said with some urgency. There was some shock and disbelief in her voice as well. Jianchen immediately looked at Kea when he heard that, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He was also filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Kea, you've actually broken through from the Holy Emperor realm to reciprocity in half a month, Jianchen cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Half a month ago, Kea was still at the Holy Emperor realm, yet half a month later, she had actually broken through receival and returnance, reaching reciprocity. She was even at late reciprocity. The speed was so fast that Jianchen felt like he was dreaming. He struggled to believe such a reality. Kea was also extremely doubtful as to why her cultivation speed was so fast. She said in bewilderment, I don't know what's going on either. All I know is that when I woke up, I found it extremely easy to cultivate. I didn't encounter any bottlenecks, and I absorbed the origin energy in divine crystals extremely quickly. I can absorb all of it in just a few seconds. Is it because you ingested those heavenly resources? The only reason that Jianchen could think of after hearing Kea's explanation was that Kea had ingested a god-tier heavenly resource. However, the Void Cloud Flower's greatest effect was healing the soul. Its effects on increasing cultivation were negligible. It should not have been able to increase Kea's strength by leaps and bounds. Even if the Void Cloud Flower could increase cultivation, it should not have been able to increase it so quickly. In just half a month, a holy emperor had broken through consecutively, all the way to late reciprocity. Alright, Jianchen, I've already grasped the power of laws. If it weren't for the fact that I've used up all my divine crystals, I think I would have become a deity already. With that, the power of laws gathered and wrapped around Kea, causing her to flicker with black light. She was enveloped by a layer of black light. This is the laws of destruction. Jianchen cried out as he became stunned. Disbelief filled his face. He was not the only one. Everyone in the surroundings became dumbfounded when Kea's power of laws appeared. They all stared at the laws of destruction that revolved around Kea in a daze as their hearts churned. God-tier laws. How is this possible? Jianchen became dazed. At that moment, his shock had reached its limit. In just half a month, not only had Kea's cultivation increased by an unbelievable amount, but her comprehension of laws was unbelievable as well. The power of laws was the key to godhood. There were countless Origin Realm experts trapped in the Saints' world, and there were even some people who would not be able to comprehend the laws even after spending their entire lives trying to reach godhood. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how difficult it was to comprehend the power of laws. However, not only had Kea comprehended the power of laws so easily, but the laws of destruction she had displayed had completely exceeded the level of deities, reaching the level of gods. If news of this made it out, let alone the entire cloud plane, even the entire Saints' world would be shaken up. Kea, how did you do this? How did your comprehension of laws suddenly reach such a level? Jianchen asked as his heart trembled. Chapter 1917. She grasped the laws naturally. Jianchen was stunned. He was very surprised. It was extremely difficult for others to comprehend laws. Even for him, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach the next level with the laws of the sword. However, from what Kea had said, it seemed like comprehending laws was an extremely easy matter. It was effortless. Even the supreme prodigies nurtured by large sects and clans would not be able to achieve something like that. Kea, since you have such talent, you need to cultivate even more diligently. More strength means more ability to protect yourself. The divine kingdom of Pingtian won't be peaceful during this period of time, Jianchen said. Jianchen said to Kea seriously. Then he took out a large number of divine crystals from his space ring and passed them to Kea. Moreover, He still had 3 overgod monster cores and monster cores left when he broke through to the 11th layer of the chaotic body. He also gave one of them to Kea. Kea's situation was different from everyone else's. Everyone's cultivation had caught up, but due to the limits of their comprehension of the laws of the world, they were unable to break through. Kea's comprehension of laws had already reached the level of gods, but her cultivation was still far too lacking. She was only at late reciprocity. As long as she was given enough cultivation resources, she would be able to raise her cultivation base to the heavenly god realm in one go. As a result, Jianshan had given Kea quite a lot of divine crystals this time, allowing Kea to become a god. There was more than enough. Kea instinctively rejected Jianshan's selfless gifts, but after a moment of hesitation, she accepted them in the end. Afterwards, they exchanged some pleasantries before entering the main topic very soon. Shangguan Mu said to Jianshan sternly, "Jianshan, the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion have already arrived outside the fortress. The Divine King has already hurried to the front lines with all his experts. Before he left, he sent an emissary to tell you to immediately go to the front lines as reinforcements after emerging from seclusion." Jianshan immediately became rather stern when he heard that. "Is the battle about to begin?" "Brother, I'll go with you." Siyu arrived beside Jianshan as her eyes shone with battle intent. Jianshan frowned slightly. The heavenly demon religion has mobilized 3 armies. Clearly, they're serious. It'll be extremely dangerous this time. I think even Divine King experts will die. Even overgods will struggle to protect themselves, so don't take part in this battle. I'll go to the front lines alone. No, brother. I have to take part in the battle. I comprehend the way of slaughter, so going through difficult battles and trials of life and death will instead benefit me. Moreover, although I'm only a god right now, I've reached the peak of god. Coupled with my innate abilities, I believe I can even put up a fight against overgods," said Siyu with determination. Sacred Feather said with a resolute look on his face. His fighting spirit soared, and his blood seemed to be boiling. "Jianshan, all of us have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although we all know that you don't want us to take part in the battle because you're thinking about us, isn't this battle a form of training for all of us as well?" said Houston. "Jianshan, ever since we came to the Saints' world, we haven't moved around at all. You have to let us move around this time, right? You can show off the strength of our Tianyuan family as well," said Blackfish. His words immediately received the support of Ruijin and Honglian. "I want to go this time as well. With my current strength, I can assist you in crucial moments. Moreover, my way of the zither will be even more effective in large-scale battles," said Shangguan Mu as well. Her mastery of the way of the zither was indeed extremely great. She could use her music to disturb the souls of people and throw their minds into disorder. In large-scale battles, she could even influence the outcome of the battle. The clan needs someone to watch over it. Mu your existence hasn't been exposed yet, so don't go to the front lines this time. Stay in the clan and watch over it. The strength of our Tianyuan family needs to be displayed, but it needs to be hidden as well. If others learn about the strength of our Tianyuan family, it'll be bad for us instead," said Jianshan. In the end, Jianshan only took a portion of the people to the front lines. Jianshan left the regular elders like Andofu, Mo Ling, and so on in the clan. He only took Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian with him. As for Xin Jian and the elders from the world of Forsaken Saints, they also remained in the clan to watch over it. Newbies and Shiyu remained in seclusion. Jianshan did not disturb them. The next morning, a huge flying vehicle slowly rose into the air from the Tianyuan family. It carried many experts of the provincial city towards the front lines. Countless people in the provincial city below sent them off politely. They sent their blessings and prayed for them inside. Shangguan Mu and the others stared at the flying vehicle in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. they did not disperse for quite some time. "I hope they can all return safely," everyone prayed inside. Although the people heading to the front lines were not weak, the battle this time was just too great. There were quite a few divine kings taking part, so even overgods might not be able to protect themselves. High up in the sky, a huge flying magical equipment was speeding forward. Layers of clouds formed a snow-white carpet that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fierce gales were howling high up in the sky, but they were blocked by the light screen emitted by the flying magical equipment. No matter how fierce the gales were, they were unable to shake the flying magical equipment in the slightest. Jianshan sat at the very front of the vehicle in white clothes. His eyes were closed like an old monk in meditation. Unknowingly, a powerful presence radiated from Jianshan. It passed through the barrier of light and directly permeated the surroundings, causing the fearless beasts in the wilderness to retreat far away. Fear filled their eyes. Behind him, Houston, Siyu, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and so on sat there as well. They did not move at all like statues. Aside from them, there were over a dozen other gods on the vehicle. They were the ancestors of the powerful clans in the Dong'an province. At this moment, the ancestors of the powerful clans all looked at Houston and the others who sat before them. They studied them carefully as they were secretly surprised. "I heard that there's an extremely mysterious forbidden ground within the Tianyuan family. These people should have come from there. The Tianyuan family really does have hidden power," the ancestors of the powerful clans murmured to themselves. Whenever their gazes landed on Houston and Sacred Feather, they would feel a chill run down their spines. This allowed them to deeply understand that Houston and Siyu were definitely no ordinary gods. After several hours of flight, Jianshan's group finally arrived at the fortress. Before them was a pitch-black wall that seemed like a huge dragon. It was majestic and domineering. Countless complicated and profound inscriptions were engraved on the wall, flickering with light. An extremely tremendous pulse of energy radiated from the wall, shaking up the surroundings and causing ripples in space. Moreover, at the very front of the city wall, there was a dazzling and resplendent screen of light that rose from the ground and shot straight into the clouds. It formed a wall that separated the inside and outside of the city wall, causing the inside and outside of the city wall to appear as if they were two different worlds. The sun shone brightly within the wall. It was filled with a sense of righteousness. Outside the wall, black clouds loomed over the sky as demonic aura surged into the sky. The entire world had been reduced to darkness, giving off a cold, bone-chilling presence. They were only separated by a single wall, but they reflected two completely different worlds. On the flying magic treasure, everyone opened their eyes and stared down with solemn expressions. A gleam of light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness as he glanced beyond the wall. He could clearly see 3 armies gathered outside the fortress in 3 camps. "Who are you? State your names." Just when Jianshan's flying vehicle was about to approach the fortress, he was suddenly stopped by over a dozen men and women in azure robes. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary cultivation. Even the weakest of them was a god, while their leader was even an overgod. Chapter 1918. Jianshan sat on the flying vehicle and did not stand up. He studied the people who had surrounded him calmly. He had never seen any of them, including the overgod. Moreover, they all wore the same attire, which was basically the same. Clearly, they came from an organization outside the divine kingdom of Pingtian. "We are from the Dong'an province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. This is the patriarch of the Tianyuan family of the Dong'an province, Sir Jianshan." Before Jianshan could say anything, a god from a powerful clan spoke first. His gaze towards Jianshan was filled with undisguised admiration. The people around Jianshan all became surprised when they heard the god's word. At that moment, all of their gazes gathered on Jianshan, who sat at the very front leisurely. "Are you the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan?" The light in the overgod's eyes flickered. He studied Jianchen seriously as if he wanted to see through Jianchen completely. None of them were unfamiliar with the name of the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen. In reality, the most discussed topic among the overgods in the past few days was not the three armies of the heavenly demon religion, nor was it the intense battle that was about to begin. Instead, it was the overgod who had suddenly appeared in a tiny kingdom like the divine kingdom of Pingtian. This person was naturally Jianchen. Jianchen had already become renowned after his battle against the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect. He was even praised as possessing the strength to make it onto the overgod's plaque. The 3,000 names on the overgod's plaque did not just record the overgods of a single region or plane. Instead, they represented the entire Saints' world. Just how many overgods were there on the 49 great planes and 81 great planets in the Saints' world? Just how great of a glory would it be to stand above the rest and make it onto the overgod's plaque and become one of the 3,000 most powerful overgods in the entire Saints' world? As a result, the name of Jianchen from the Tianyuan family naturally spread rapidly among the circle of overgods, attracting the attention of many people. Who is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen? At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. A young man who appeared to be in his 20s soared into the air from below. He stood with his hands behind his back and hovered in front of the Tianyuan family's flying artifact. With a somewhat frivolous expression, he sized up Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged there. Moreover, he was clearly at a higher altitude than the flying magic treasure, which created a scene of a young man looking down at the Tianyuan family from a high vantage point. "Greetings, Senior Brother Luo. Greetings, Protector Luo." The arrival of the young man immediately made the people around Jianchen bow politely. Protector Luo nodded slightly. He waved his hand and calmed everyone down. However, his eyes remained fixed on Jianchen the entire time. His lips curled into a smile as if he was interested in the situation. "Are you the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, who has appeared recently?" Protector Luo looked at Jianchen arrogantly. "That's right. I am the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen. Please make way." Jianchen clasped his fist at Protector Luo and spoke indifferently. A cold light flashed through Protector Luo's eyes. His smile remained the same, and his expression did not change at all. He said, "Recently, I've heard a lot about the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. I've heard so much that my ears have almost grown calluses. Many people have heard that the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, is powerful enough to make it onto the overgod's plaque. I am Luo Yunfei from the Sword sect of the Azure Clothed from the Tai Empire. I hope I can experience the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan's great move. I hope the patriarch will not be stingy with his guidance." Luo Yunfei retreated a certain distance away, and an extremely thin willow leaf sword appeared in his hand. With the sword in hand, Luo Yunfei's aura suddenly changed. A powerful and sharp sword intent spread out from his body. The power of the laws of the sword revolved around him, forming a thin strand of sword chi that rapidly revolved around him. Jianchen raised an eyebrow. He could not help but study Luo Yunfei properly. This was the first overgod he had seen since coming to the Saints' world aside from Ling Hogong, who had comprehended the laws of the sword. Moreover, he was a late overgod. As soon as Luo Yunfei's presence expanded, it immediately alarmed countless people below. Immediately, many overgods from various organizations flew up from below. Even a few Divine King experts were secretly observing the situation. "Everyone, don't you all want to see Jianchen? This is the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan from the Dong, an province of our divine kingdom of Pingtian, Jianchen." The Grand Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian gathered with the Divine King in a majestic divine hall. He said to everyone with a smile, The divine king present had already become extremely curious about the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, who was known to possess the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. They became even more interested when they heard what the Grand Imperial Protector had said. They all extended the senses of their souls. Haha, he really is someone known to possess the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. Although Jianchen hasn't attempted the Overgod's plaque yet and his name hasn't been recorded, just his presence alone is quite extraordinary, praised an elder from the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds of the Heavenly Moon Empire. The 3 elders of the Earth Spirit sect who sat nearby had sunken expressions. They were very unsightly. At this moment, the surroundings of Jianchen's flying vehicle could be described as a sea of people. A large number of overgods and gods had gathered there. All of them studied Jianchen with a strange light in their eyes. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, doubt, and disapproval. So that's the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen. He's known to be on the Overgod's plaque. What do you mean he's on the Overgod's plaque? That's just people who don't know anything about it. Across the entire Saints world, there are only 3,000 people who can make it onto the Overgod's plaque. Every single one of them is a prodigy of their generation. I refuse to believe that a backwater place like the divine kingdom of Pingtian can produce someone like that. We'll know once he fights Luo Yunfei of the Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed. We've all witnessed Luo Yunfei's strength. Although he doesn't possess the right to make it onto the Overgod's plaque, there really aren't a lot of people who can defeat him among Overgod. That's right. Senior Luo is the most powerful Overgod of our Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed. Many elders praise Senior Luo. Let's wait and see. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan definitely won't be Senior Luo's opponent. Everyone discussed with one another. A few female disciples from the Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed waved their little fists as their eyes shone brightly. They cheered on their Senior Luo. Chapter 1919. However, Jianchen's words were completely different in the eyes of the people in the surroundings. Many people who doubted Jianchen's battle prowess on the Overgod's plaque became even more certain of their suspicions. Luo Yunfei of the Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed is renowned in the Tai Empire. Not only is it because he's a direct disciple of the ancestor of the Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed, but his talent is also one of the best in the southern region. He's even known as the greatest overgod in the Tai Empire. Does Jianchen not dare to spar with Luo Yunfei because he knows about Luo Yunfei's strength, which is why he doesn't accept the challenge? That must be the case. Jianchen's reputation is undeserved. He's been bragged about by people who don't know anything about the Overgod's plaque, so everyone thinks he really does possess the battle prowess to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. In reality, he's not Senior Luo's opponent at all. I'm certain that if Jianchen accepts the challenge, Senior Luo will definitely beat the crap out of him. The people who had gathered in the surroundings all discussed with one another. Many of them looked at Jianchen with deep disdain. On the other hand, Luo Yunfei, who was wearing a green robe and wielding a willow leaf sword and emitting a soaring sword chi, won the cheers of many people. Some of the beautiful girls from the major powers were even secretly throwing flirtatious glances at him. They were deeply attracted by Luo Yunfei's aura and were captivated by him. Not only was Luo Yunfei's talent extraordinary, but he was also a direct disciple of the ancestor of the Sword Sect of the Azure Clothed. His status was so great that even the princes of the Tai Empire paled in comparison. With such a great background, Luo Yunfei naturally possessed an almost fatal attraction to the female disciples of the various organizations. A sliver of arrogance appeared on Luo Yunfei's face when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. He looked down at Jianchen from above and said, "So many of us have come here from so far away obviously to resist the heavenly demon religion. However, the battle has yet to begin, so a spar between us won't affect the battle at all. Instead, we can use this free time to find some entertainment for everyone." Luo Yunfei didn't back down at all. Instead, he kept pressing forward, as if he wouldn't let Jianchen pass if they didn't exchange pointers. He had already made up his mind. He would defeat the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, in public today and make him fall off the altar of the 3,000 Overgods plaque. He would let the world know that it was not so easy to make it onto the Overgods plaque. This was because he, Luo Yunfei, had gone to the central region several decades ago. He was ambitious enough to attempt the Overgods plaque, but he failed in the end. He was just too far away from making it onto the Overgods plaque. As a result, he naturally did not wish for a person whose strength had yet to be tested to bear the reputation of making it onto the Overgods plaque. Would that not mean that he, Luo Yunfei, was inferior to him? "It looks like you insist on a spar with me," said Jianchen. He remained seated on the flying vehicle. His eyes were calm and his expression did not change at all. "If that's the case, I'll spar with you. However, the battle is more important. In order to not waste any time, let's limit the spar to a single move." A single move? Luo Yunfei frowned when he heard that. Although he was certain that it was impossible for the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, to make it onto the Overgods plaque, he had defeated the two protectors of the Earth Spirit sect after all. It would indeed be difficult for him to achieve victory in a single strike. What? A single move? The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan is just too devious. He knows that he's not Senior Luo's opponent, which is why he's limiting it to a single move. Even if Senior Luo is far more powerful than him, they're both late Overgods after all. "It's impossible to determine the victor in a single move," sneered a female protector from the sword sect of the Azure Clothed. Hearing this, the surrounding people all nodded to themselves. They all thought that what the female protector of the green-robed sword sect said made sense. "If you can make me move a single inch within a single move, it'll be my loss. What do you think?" Jianchen continued. He slowly drifted away, leaving the flying vehicle. With Luo Yunfei's strength, there are very few people who can remain as steady as a mountain when he uses his full strength. Jianchen is definitely going to lose this battle. However, even if he's not as powerful as Luo Yunfei, he's not too far off from being able to defeat the protectors of the Earth Spirit sect. Luo Yunfei's strike will definitely make Jianchen move, but it won't necessarily injure him. As a result, Jianchen will be defeated, but he won't lose too badly, said an overgod who also came from a large sect in the crowd. Jianchen will definitely end up in an extremely horrible shape if the battle drags on, which is why he's limiting it to a single move. He wants to maintain his dignity as much as possible so that he won't lose too badly. Haha, interesting, truly interesting. They haven't even begun, yet Jianchen, who can make it onto the Overgod's plaque, is already prepared for defeat. Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Hongluyen, Blackfish, and so on all sat on the flying vehicle. They all stared at Jianchen calmly. They all felt extremely confident in Jianchen. They all understood Jianchen. They knew that since Jianchen was bold enough to make such a challenge, he must be extremely confident. All right, then we'll limit it to a single move. Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, I hope you don't disappoint me, Luo Yunfei agreed without hesitation. Luo Yunfei agreed without hesitation. Although the restriction of one move had cut off his chance to teach Jianchen a lesson, it was enough to make Jianchen fall from his pedestal. He had accomplished his goal. With a flick of the sleeve, sword comes. Sword chi surged from Luo Yunfei. He stowed his sword away and bellowed out. Suddenly, he flung his sleeve. As he flung his sleeve, the wind in the surroundings kicked up. The entire world seemed to freeze up at that moment. At the same time, an extremely resplendent strand of sword chi appeared from Luo Yunfei's sleeve. It shot towards the traitorous official with terrifying might that made the expressions of all the overgods present change. The flick of the sleeve, Sword Comes is a battle skill created by the founding ancestor of the sword sect of the Azure Cloth. It was extremely powerful. Not only was it Luo Yunfei's most powerful battle skill, but it was also one of the peak battle skills of the sword sect of the Azure Cloth. In order to defeat Jianchen cleanly, Luo Yunfei used his most powerful battle skill without any hesitation at all. Jianchen only extended a finger against the sword qi, and the powerful sword qi condensed into a sword. It shone with dazzling white light, causing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. The powerful power of the laws of the sword interfered with the senses of their souls, rendering them useless. Boom! Many people failed to see how Jianchen had struck out. All they heard was a deafening rumble. Shattered strands of sword qi shot out in all directions like rain, forcing the overgods in the surroundings to block them carefully. When the white light dispersed, Jianchen and Luo Yunfei remained where they were. They were completely unscathed. However, Jianchen had not taken a single step back at all. No way. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan actually managed to block Luo Yunfei's strike? Someone cried out as if they struggled to believe what they had just seen. Many people were extremely surprised by this outcome. Jianchen has defeated two late overgods in the past after all, so it's not surprising for him to possess such strength. However, looking at it right now, he's only on par with Luo Yunfei. He's still quite far away from making it onto the overgod's plaque, an overgod commented. That's enough. You should move aside now. Jianchen hovered in the air as his white robes fluttered in the wind. He said calmly. On the other side, Luo Yunfei slowly withdrew his presence. He was emotionless as he stared at Jianchen deeply. He clasped his hands. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan truly lives up to his name. I admire you. With that, Luo Yunfei turned around and left. A few overgods watched as Luo Yunfei left. They all felt doubtful and doubtful. Why did Luo Yunfei seem like he was fleeing? At this moment, Luo Yunfei stood alone in his luxurious room within the divine hall of the sword sect of Azure. He rubbed his neck. His pale hand was now covered in blood. Chapter 1920. Luo Yunfei could not help but think back to the time when he had clashed with Jianchen. Although this move had only lasted for an instant, the danger it contained was something only Luo Yunfei himself could fully understand. He had used his greatest battle prowess, but not only had he been defeated in a single strike by the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, the sword qi from the patriarch had directly enveloped him, leaving behind an undetectable wound on his neck without leaving behind a single trace. He, Luo Yunfei, was completely helpless in the face of this. If it were not for the fact that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan had shown mercy, his head would have been separated from his body long ago. At this moment, the door to Luo Yunfei's room opened, and a middle-aged man with a striking appearance who also wore azure robes walked in. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is indeed very powerful. There really aren't a lot of overgods who can be his opponent. He does indeed possess the strength to make the 3,000 Divine King's plaque. Yunfei, I hope you can remember your defeat this time. Even if you are the prodigy of the sword sect of Azure, do not become blindly arrogant. I hope that in the future, you will possess strength like the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan and be able to engrave your name on the 3,000 Divine King's plaque. The middle-aged man said sincerely to Luo Yunfei. I will remember Elder Cheng's words. Luo Yunfei bowed towards the middle-aged man. He was filled with respect. Although Luo Yunfei's master was the ancestor of the sword sect of Azure, many elders of the sword sect of Azure had actually taught him before. They had truly used up all their resources to nurture him. Outside, Jianchen returned to the flying vehicle. He remained seated at the very front as he left with the people from the Dong, a province under the gazes of many people. They directly made their way to the military camp. This time, no one stood up to block their way. Although none of them could see the danger hidden in Jianchen's attack, so many of them still did not believe that Jianchen was Luo Yunfei's opponent. He had received Luo Yunfei's attack perfectly after all, which indirectly demonstrated his strength. Only a handful of overgods sensed that something was amiss from Luo Yunfei's miserable flight. However, they clearly did not think that Luo Yunfei had been defeated. When Jianxin approached the military camp with the people from the Dong'an province, several overgods from the divine kingdom of Pingtian flew up from below. They all greeted Jianxin with smiles. Jianxin stowed his flying vehicle away. He traveled with the overgods from the Dong'an province and the overgods from the divine kingdom. He would look around him from time to time. The military camp within the fortress was extremely large. It stuck close to the walls and stretched for several dozen kilometers. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. Not only were the armies of the divine kingdom of Pingtian gathered here, but the armies of the divine kingdom of Qingyang, the divine kingdom of 9 stars, the divine kingdom of scarlet clouds, the divine kingdom of Kaiyuan, the divine kingdom of Baliega, the divine kingdom of Datian, and the divine kingdom of Clearcloud had all gathered here. In the end, over 100 million soldiers had gathered in the fortress. It was impossible for the armies of the divine kingdoms to be gathered in a single place under normal circumstances, but in order to fend off the attacks of the heavenly demon religion, they had all cast aside all thoughts of territory and personal interests. In the end, Jianxin's group was taken into a divine hall. From Xiandou and the others' explanations, Jianxin understood that there were quite a few divine halls like this in the military camp. The relationships between the various organizations that had come this time were complicated. Many of them were entangled with grievances, so it was naturally impossible for them all to gather together. Every single organization possessed their own divine hall. The divine hall that Jianxin resided in right now belonged to the divine kingdom of Pingtian. All the people who possessed some status in the divine kingdom of Pingtian gathered there. Yang Kai and a few elders of the Yang family happened to be there as well. Jianxin had already become an influential figure. His arrival immediately made the overgods in the divine hall stand up to welcome him. Only the people of the Yang family remained unmoved. Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish, who had come with Jianxin, naturally attracted the attention of a few people as well. They basically understood the background of the Tianyuan family. The cultivation levels of the elders in the Tianyuan family were no secret to the people present. Now that they suddenly saw 5 unfamiliar faces, they naturally became curious. In particular, Siyu and Houston gave off a vague presence that actually surprised many of the overgods present. At this moment, the Grand Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian walked in from outside. Everyone bowed and greeted him. The Grand Imperial Protector nodded with a smile. He looked at Jianxin and said, "Jianxin, His Majesty invites you to the main hall. Please come with me." Afterwards, Jianxin left with the Grand Imperial Protector. They made their way to the very center of the military camp, passing by majestic divine halls one after another. In the end, the Grand Imperial Protector led them to the main hall at the very center. The so-called main hall was equivalent to a commander's tent. It was where the commanders and the upper echelon of the army gathered. The divine king sat on the throne in a relaxed manner within the main hall. His face was peaceful. To the 2 sides below him sat over 20 men and women of various ages. Every single one of their presences was as vast as the ocean. They were extremely powerful. Jianxin's arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. At that moment, all the people seated there looked at Jianxin. Immediately, Jianxin felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. Every single one of the gazes that gathered on him was extremely powerful. When they gathered together, it gave him quite a lot of pressure. There are actually so many divine King Wangs. Jianxin was secretly surprised when he saw the people seated on the 2 sides of the hall. Over 20 divine King Wangs gathered together was a shocking sight. Jianxin's heart churned when he saw this. He struggled to remain calm. However, when he saw the Divine King still seated on the throne, he became stunned. He felt rather confused. The Divine King was indeed a Divine King, but every single one of the people present was a Divine King. Moreover, they all came from peak sects, clans, or even imperial families. In terms of status, they were not something a Divine King of a Divine Kingdom could compare to. Without any exaggeration, any single one of the Divine Kings present possessed a status much greater than the Divine King of a Divine Kingdom. Even the Divine King would have to treat them politely. Chapter 1921. Looks like the Divine King isn't simple either. He's bold enough to sit on the throne before the Divine Kings of the various empires. Just this alone shows that the Divine King's status surpasses everyone present, Jian Chen thought. However, he did not show it on his face. He clasped his fist and bowed towards the Divine King and the Divine Kings in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Jian Chen, there's no need to be so courteous. I've invited you here mainly because everyone here wants to see you personally. After all, a supreme overgod on the overgod's plaque is extremely rare in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. The Divine King smiled. He spoke calmly, giving people the impression of a spring breeze. Jian Chen, we all saw your battle with Yunfei clearly. Your comprehension of the laws of the sword is on the same level as Yunfei's, so in terms of the laws of the sword, there's not much of a difference between you and Yunfei. What truly determines victory is the power you possess. As soon as the Divine King finished speaking, an azure-robed old man immediately spoke from the God Kings to the two sides. The old man was an elder of the Sword sect of Azure. He had once guided Luo Yunfei, so he understood Luo Yunfei's strength extremely well. The old man paused before continuing. This power has fused with the power of laws of the sword, so every single one of your attacks possesses the terrifying might of a peak overgod. It's far more powerful than the origin energy we cultivate, which is why you defeated Yunfei in a single strike. The people in the surroundings all nodded in agreement with the old man's analysis. They were all Divine King experts, so they had already witnessed the battle between Jianchen and Luo Yunfei with the senses of their souls. Jianchen shivered inside when he heard that. None of these Divine King experts were easy to deal with. His clash with Luo Yunfei had only happened in a split second, yet the Divine King had still managed to see it all. Jianchen's legacy must be extremely great for him to possess such great power. It looks like Brother Jianchen has a great master as well, said the elder of the Earth Spirit sect. He seemed like he did not care at all, but he had already used the senses of his soul to surround Jianchen secretly. Under the surveillance of his soul, even if he did not look at Jianchen's expression, he would still be able to sense even the slightest of Jianchen's actions. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of many of the Divine King experts present when they heard Elder Mu's words. They stared at Jianchen casually. What does Brother Jianchen's legacy have to do with your Earth Spirit sect? Don't tell me your Earth Spirit sect has taken a fancy to Brother Jianchen's cultivation method? What kind of improper thoughts are you harboring? Sneered an elder from the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. The Taoist sect of Calm Clouds and the Earth Spirit sect were both peak sects of the Heavenly Moon Empire, but they had always been at odds with each other. They would naturally fight wherever they went, oppressing each other without holding back at all. Elder Mu snorted coldly. My Earth Spirit sect is a renowned sect in the southern region after all. Why would we do something like that? Moreover, it's not like my Earth Spirit sect lacks cultivation methods. Afterwards, Jianchen naturally received many offers from large sects and organizations. Many of them wanted to rope in a supreme overgod like Jianchen. This was because once someone like that reached Divine King level, they would become a supreme Divine King in the end and reign supreme. Jianchen naturally did not choose to join any of these organizations. He turned them down one by one. However, Jianchen felt a sense of danger from what he had gone through today. Although these Divine Kings did not recognize the primal chaos energy, they could tell that his cultivation technique was extraordinary through the primal chaos energy. If these people really had any ideas about his cultivation technique, they would be able to tell that his cultivation technique was extraordinary. Jianshan's heart tightened when he thought of that. He secretly became cautious. Fortunately, he had broken through with the chaotic body. Although he had not truly fought against Divine King experts, he could put up some resistance at the very least. Boom! At this moment, a deafening rumble rang out from outside. The entire ground shook violently, and even the main hall where the Divine King experts resided shook violently. The three armies of the heavenly demon religion have moved. Everyone, follow me out to fend off the enemies, the Divine King said sternly. With that, he stood up from his throne and strode outside. Behind him, the 20-odd Divine King experts gathered there all left. Jianshan walked at the very back. However, as soon as Jianshan moved, an extremely obscure, cold-killing intent suddenly appeared. It enveloped his entire body and immediately made Jianshan feel bone-chilling coldness. Jianshan frowned. A gleam of light flickered through his eyes. Just when he wanted to sense where the killing intent came from, it suddenly vanished. Jianshan's face sank. He knew that he had become the target of a few Divine King experts. Although he did not know who they were, he was certain that they were among them. Is it the Earth Spirit sect? Jianshan thought. However, although he had fallen out with the Earth Spirit sect in the past, he was not certain. The majestic walls of the fortress on the border of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian were already filled with people. Not only were the armies of several divine kingdoms gathered there, but there were also disciples from various large organizations and sections. Every single one of them gave off powerful presences. When the presences gathered together, they expanded in an overwhelming manner, causing the clouds to churn in the sky. Jianshan found Siyu, Houston, and Ruijin on the walls. After warning them to be careful, he stood with his hands behind his back. He stared into the distance with a steady presence. Outside the walls, the three armies of the heavenly demon religion had already dispersed in a formation. Black clouds surged in the sky as demonic aura surged. A terrifying pressure condensed and brewed. Below the black clouds, three figures hovered several hundred meters above the ground. Their presences surged like the ocean as they gave off the might of the Divine King. Under the control of the three of them, the pressure crushed forward with overwhelming force, causing the air to freeze and origin energy to disperse. It even caused the barrier of light in front of the fortress to distort. The pressure from the three of them was enough to shake the barrier of light. He was able to shake this extremely strong defensive energy screen. Jianshan stared at the three figures surrounded by demonic aura as he stood on the walls. He could vaguely tell that there were 2 men and 1 woman among them. In particular, he frowned when he sensed their dominating presences. They must be the commanders of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion. They really are powerful. Among the 20-odd Divine King that have come as reinforcements this time, there's probably no one who's the opponent of the 3 commanders in a one-on-one fight. As a matter of fact, I feel like any one of them is more powerful than the Divine King from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. Jianshan was secretly surprised. He was amazed by the strength of the 3 commanders of the heavenly demon religion. At this moment, the Divine King took a step forward. With that, the shaking barrier of light immediately stabilized. No matter how powerful the presences of the 3 commanders of the heavenly demon religion were, they were unable to shake the barrier of light at all. Furthermore, there was a formless aura that permeated the air. Not only were the presences of the 3 commanders of the heavenly demon religion unable to approach the barrier of light at all, but they were even pushed back instead. The Divine King's dragon robes were bright and dazzling. He only stood there casually, but he gave off a presence that could stop armies. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. Heavenly demon religion, it's impossible for you to breach my divine kingdom this time. I'd advise you to retreat. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. the Divine King said indifferently as he gave off a sense of dominance. Moreover, his voice boomed like thunder. It boomed through the three armies of the Empyrean demon cult, directly dispersing the black, demonic clouds in the sky. The formation formed by the 300,000 soldiers of the three armies shook, almost collapsing. The might of those words was truly terrifying. If they were just a little more powerful, no one would doubt that the 300,000 soldiers of the three armies would be heavily injured or even killed by a single sentence from the Divine King. Jianshan stared at the Divine King deeply as he stood on the walls. He had seen the Divine King more than once in the past, but the Divine King always seemed unfathomable. He was unable to see through him at all. Only when the Divine King revealed his might did he finally see the tip of the iceberg. Is the Divine King an expert below the Divine King? After all, he possessed the strength of a Divine King when he founded the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The Divine Kingdom of Pingtian has already existed for close to 1,000,000 years, Jianshan thought inside. At this moment, an extremely terrifying presence suddenly erupted from behind the Empyrean demon cult like a volcano. Wherever the presence passed by, space would tremble, and even origin energy would tremble. The ground below would crack and sink. All the people on the walls of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian struggled to breathe, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. Their hearts were about to shatter. Not only did all the overgods, including Jianshan, experience this, but even the Divine King experts paled slightly when they sensed the presence. Their bodies sank. The presence was so powerful that even the Divine King experts struggled to endure it. In the end, the terrifying presence that leaked out from the back of the Empyrean demon cult collided with the barrier of energy outside the walls in an unstoppable manner. Looking at the aggressive momentum, it seemed that they were going to crush the light barrier and the fortress behind it into smithereens. The primordial realm. Jianshan became extremely stern as he stood on the walls. He could tell that such a terrifying presence came from a primordial realm expert in a single instance.